Test. Could I have your attention? Could y'all go ahead and take your seats? We're about to begin the program. Good morning. These microphones aren't very loud, so you may have to turn me up.
Hey, Russell.
Can y'all hear in the back? Good morning, Commissioner.
All sitting around. They're talking in the back.
Oh, is that what it is? That's what I mean.
Well, you know.
Good to have you with us this morning, Frank. Good morning. I'm not sure if this is... Can you hear me in the back of the room? Better? Maybe we'll turn it up just a little more. Good morning. It's good to be back with you all. We had a great visit over in North Georgia a couple weeks ago at Brasstown Valley. For those who were there, thank you for your interest, and thank you again for being here today. This joint study committee between the House and the Senate on the electrification of transportation is very important and very timely, considering all the issues that are going on in Washington, D.C., and of course, and how it's going to impact our state going forward. We have a couple of people we want to introduce before we get started, but first I'd like to introduce the great senator from this district. Is it District 29, Senator Robertson?
That's it.
Would you like to give a warm welcome to the second best Senate district in Georgia?
To the second best?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome everybody. I really appreciate everybody coming to District 29. And I do take a lot of pride in what we do here. And we quietly are taking over the state, I think, as is God's will, through incredible opportunities. And I think Kia is a part of it. We also have Remington that just moved their world headquarters into District 29. We have Pratt Whitney in District 29. We also do a lot of work with Aflac, a small insurance company in Columbus, and others. And I think that the personality of this district is the personality of the state. We're just a lot of blue-collar, hard-working men and women who are very proud of where we live and where we work. And if anybody has any needs while you're here today, please don't hesitate to call Chairman Gooch or Jaspers. If y'all need me, my number is 911, and we'll get y'all the help you need. But welcome to District 29.
Well, thank you, Senator Robertson.
You need to be over helping Chairman Powell change his flat tire right now.
We are missing a couple of committee members. We hope they're en route.
Do House members not get people? They give us people to do stuff.
Okay, children. All right, our next reception welcome to West Point will be from the president of Kia Georgia, that's Stuart Countess. Stuart, thank you for allowing us to come here today, and thank you for sharing your facilities, and we look forward to working with you and your fine people at the Kia plant.
Well, good morning. I'll take this up. Good morning. We welcome you to the training center here. Actually, for those who don't know, this was kind of the starting point for the entire process that happened over the last, now coming up on 13 years next month, we'll complete production. So we brought in all of those Georgians, trained them how to build world-class automobiles, and here we are about 3.8 million cars later. So again, we welcome, appreciate the opportunity to host this group on a very important matter. If you need any help, just kind of like Randy said, we're here to help you. This is an important topic for us as a company, but it's certainly more an important topic for the state of Georgia. So welcome.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we'll also ask Steve Daniel to come forward. He's the executive director of Quick Start here at this facility, and he'll give a real quick description of what the facility means to this part of the state and to Kia. Thank you for having us at your facility this morning.
Well, thank you all for being here. This is, this milestone of this facility, as Stuart said, we started this facility back in 2008. And so I tell everyone that if I look old as dirt, there's a reason, because I was here when it was just dirt. But I was the original director. I'd like to ask Shelby Bradfield just to raise her hand. Shelby's the current director of the training center here and the West region, and does a great job for us. But this facility started out by processing the initial wave for Kia way back then, 2008, 2009, and we're still actually here today. Kia has another orientation group in the building today, so it still continues to serve citizens of Georgia and this region. So we're very, very fortunate to have it. It has set if you will, the baseline for many other training centers. As you know, we operate the one in just outside of Savannah, the Advanced Manufacturing Center, and also the Bioscience facility as well. So, and 2 more to come with the other OEM prospects that are here. So we're just very proud to be part of that legacy and set the standard originally for that. So hope you all have a great day here. Anything we can do to help, please let us know as well. And this, I just will say, I know the study committee probably knows, but for everybody, this is still operated as a Quick Start facility, as a state of Georgia facility in partnership with Kia. And so it has truly been a great partnership and been seamless because of all the partners like Stuart and the Kia team that's worked with us. So have a great day. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. All right, first on our list is the EV Readiness, an employer's perspective, and it is from the Kia facility. So Stuart, would you want to come back up?
All right, again, thank you. I think they're going to put some slides up, and sorry from the committee members, we'll have to kind of turn around. So give you a little bit of a perspective on what we see is going on with the electrification of vehicles. I know that you've already heard from one of my colleagues out of the DC office at your last meeting. So we're going to just expand a little bit on that and more from a manufacturing importance. Next slide. So we share with you in this particular one, this is actually now I'm being told to click. This is a future vehicle, futuristic vehicle. It was actually termed as what is an EV9, but it shows you the kind of technology and the styling that we as a Kia brand are going to. We currently have already on the market, as you have seen this past February, it was launched, the EV6. And then we're going to talk a little bit more how that's going to progress as Kia expands its EV technology and base here in the U.S. But fantastic vehicle. That actually is scheduled for a couple of years from now, but it's going to give you some perception about what is going on as to these cars. So Plan S is what our whole strategy is about. This was launched a little over a year ago now. Plan S is a $25 billion shift to electrification, and it's not only about EVs, but it is inclusive of hybrids and plug-in hybrids, and then about mobility solutions. As a traditional OEM building internal combustion engines, our plan is how do we shift and move to that next evolution, which is in this electrification platform. But more importantly, it's about providing you, the consumer, with what your mobility needs are. The mobility needs in the metropolitan Atlanta area are very different than what they are in LaGrange or West Point or anywhere else in Troup County. So we're trying to meet you, the consumer, at that particular platform. So how is that going to happen? More EV models with more range. As we know, range anxiety has been one of the common terms that is utilized in the why can't we get there faster. I think if you go back a number of years ago and referencing another OEM with the Nissan Leaf, that was a car that got about 80 miles distance on it. Now you have cars that are in that 300 to 400 mile range, certainly dependent upon if, hope there's no police in here, like me, drive fast, you're going to consume that battery, but you're going to have a real fun time. So it's all dependent upon what that individual is, but then clearly that's going to be how do we prepare. What your focus, I believe, is on is how do we prepare the state and certainly the nation to be able to support this whole need. These cars are very high tech, not only from the battery technology, but just the advanced driver assistance systems that we have put in the cars. And that's been a growing technology over the last number of years. Thinking back to when we started this plant, we built a very base car, but the last 13 years of production, we have continued to add more and more technology into the car where basically it has the ability to drive itself with some limited capabilities. You're going to see more of that come on. The first car that's actually shown up here in the top with the red color is the EV6 that I mentioned previously. And this is Kia's first car into the U.S. market. It came out during the Super Bowl ads this past year and has put Kia on the map without a doubt as an EV producer of vehicles. If you haven't had the opportunity, I think Allie Kelly just picked up a new one. She'll be glad to give you a ride, I'm sure. Yep. From a technology point, this car is instant power. So there's no more combustion of fuel to fire the engine and move the car. You will go from 0 to 60 in about 3.4 seconds. If you hadn't had that experience, I highly suggest it. I have to tell my little short story. I was out at the dealer event, and the GT version that's coming out later this year, I was doing 119 miles an hour on a quarter-mile test strip. So they're really fun to drive. Can't do that on the state highways, obviously. 119.
19, okay.
One of my colleagues was driving next to me, and she hit 120.2, so I've never heard the end of that yet. But the point about how the technology has advanced is a dual drive motor system, and you have different configurations with size of batteries, et cetera, so trying to meet that consumer at where your price point is, what your needs are. Then the next car that's up here is the one that I showed on the first slide, which is a EV SUV. It is termed as the EV9. There again, featuring a lot of ideas on the basis of the Telluride. We make the Telluride here, as you probably already know, which is easily the most popular vehicle in the United States right now, still 4 years in, and it has a weight. So this is picking up on a lot of those characteristics. So then the question is going to be, how do we broaden the EV portfolio? And I believe that maybe you've heard some of this, but it's worth sharing again. So this shows you the growth of EVs from a Kia perspective, launching new models each and every single year, and in some years 2 models. There's a 35% plus growth of 2030 EV sales. And the focus is because we as the American consumers, we like SUV style cars. And that's a pickup from actually what we currently do in this plant with making the Sportage, which is a CUV, the Sorento, and a midsize SUV, and then you also pick up the Telluride. So it's a growing package to accommodate all the needs that an individual family may have. Oops. So we thought we'd highlight a little bit in this about preparations, but before I say this, I think it's worth mentioning in the state, if you look at the 2 most recent announcements, and the governor referred to this past Wednesday, Georgia went from having a capability to make about 340,000 cars, which is our capacity at this plant. When those 2 plants, as scheduled right now, come online, Georgia will produce more than 1.1 million cars a year. And those 2 plants are purely EVs. Their combined total is over 700,000 EVs that will come out of the state of Georgia. That's quite a phenomenal change in where we as a state have gone. We are centric in the EV segment. And that doesn't count what we will do into the future. So when you get that, you're just adding on. That being said, there's a lot of individual things that we think are important that need to be mentioned, and it certainly centers around what I've talked a lot lately about is workforce, and how do we prepare for that. Not only the people that we're hiring here, but the people at the dealerships, the other necessary activities that have to prepare the future, because it is a different technology. I won't go through all of these, but just to highlight a couple of them, it's fundamentals in electric. How do you work with that? You're working with high voltage energy. It's about structural technology because there are new design standards, as in the Kia brand and the Hyundai brand, it's called an EGMP, or a global modular platform, that makes it very flexible for us. Certainly you have to deal with batteries, and not just your standard 12-volt car battery. You now have a battery structure that sits in the bottom of the floorboard of the car that brings other opportunities into it. How do we handle those batteries when they're have seen their life? We also have to look at the what-if scenarios, and that's in case you have some issue related to a car, how do you handle that? That's a new training aspect, not only internally, but it's also external. There's also logistics and management concerns. With that, if you think about a battery manufacturer, there's really two components, and let me back up. So we talk a lot about SK Innovation up in Commerce area. SK makes battery cells. Those cells then have to be assembled into a larger battery system that get integrated into the car. What you typically see is that most of the battery manufacturing systems are located near the OEM plants, and it's because of a transportation logistics issue. This is something that weighs on the order of 1,000 pounds, and certainly how you cube that out in a truck is very difficult to do. So typically you're going to place those somewhere nearby to minimize the transportation cost. But those are also things that have to be considered in how it impacts the overall roadway systems. You also have to consider, too, that if there are emergency needs, when you have a truckload of batteries come in, what do you do with those? Then I've already mentioned a couple of times about emergency services. There's certainly activities that have to happen with your local fire departments, your EMS individuals, because working in an EV or around an EV that's high voltage energy and somebody's had an accident, they have to be prepared to not prevent or to not cause another particular issue to those individuals. So OEMs are also sharing that technology and providing training cars. We as a company for years have provided them to our local EMS and training how they handle rollovers, how they get people out. That will just simply extend from that aspect as far as we're concerned, and I think you'll see that continue with a lot of individuals. Then I mentioned already the environmental impacts. We have to have a safe and effective way for what do we do with batteries that have gone past their useful life. There's a lot of different options. Working with the EMIA project that Governor Kemp left, that was a big topic of concern. How do you do this? There's opportunities with power companies like Georgia Power because they have a useful life afterwards for energy storage. So that's one pathway. It's also about recycling. We've heard a lot lately, certainly with the Inflation Reduction Act, what's going on with it. There's now battery mineral requirements that many of us are really struggling with how they wrote this particular bill. But you can have recycling of those raw materials. And so those are all under consideration. I'd love to tell you there's an answer for every single one of them right now, but the honest answer is no, there's not. We're trying to dig into those things and figure out how we're, as an OEM, are going to handle those. And then we close out on this about things that never happen. You know, they don't happen for a reason. So we're excited to be in this space. We think there's, again, a lot of opportunity for the state of Georgia as to what we've already seen. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Stuart. I guess my question is, when we started in this, you know, we've learned a tremendous amount, the committee has. And just in the Hyundai world and for you, Kia, are y'all looking at other fuel sources also besides, you know, just EV that we're all accustomed to and used to? Are y'all looking at others? And can you talk about them a little bit? Or?
As a HMG group, which both Hyundai and Kia sit up under, the answer is yes. Hyundai's done a lot of work in the hydrogen segment. They have focused a lot lately on like transportation trucks and that type of industry with hydrogen, had some really good success with that. There's a project currently going on out in the Port of Oakland. So a lot of interest in some conversations and seeing, is that something that we need to consider certainly for like Savannah or Brunswick, but there's no defined path that way. But they've also taken some of the hydrogen into actually passenger cars. So I think it's a growing field, but right now our focus, at least from a U.S. entry point, is on the EVs. Both have the same infrastructure challenges. How do you charge up if you're going to a sea island? Where's my charging points? Where's my refurbishment stations?
I have a quick, simple question. Who is in charge of national design standards? For example, Tesla has their own charging ports. They're different than a lot of the other EVs. Is there a national standard? Does every car manufacturer come up with their own? So do we have to have different charging ports and plugs when we go to recharge our cars?
Great question. Tesla, because I think they were the very first one were out there, they kind of set the standard. And Ali would have to answer because I never remember the terminology, but they have a specified type connector. There is a big discussion going on about how to centralize that so that you don't have difficulty plugging up, but there are other options that are being out there of where you kind of have an adapter, more or less. We do recognize that that's, and try to feed back to the people in Washington, there needs to be a more centralized standard way to do this. We've done that for years on other pieces within the car, but it's not been written into any legislation that I'm aware of. So like some SAE, NHTSA, et cetera, are taking a close look at that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corbett, do you have a question?
I hadn't mashed my button, but yes.
I'm sorry, Carson, I'm sorry.
I guess, well, thank you. Two-part question. One, how many dealerships do you have throughout the state? And two, are all those dealerships, do they have the ability to work and maintain and service these vehicles?
They will. Within the state of Georgia, I'm trying to remember the numbers, but 65? Yeah, 65 in the state, but as part of the overall, our kind of the plant's parent company, although in Seoul, we have KUS or Kia US out in California, and they manage the dealer network systems. So they have the training programs like what we mentioned that will bring in those dealer techs and individual dealers, and they have to upgrade their services in order to handle.
Thank you.
Good?
Good.
All right. Representative Perkle, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually do believe that there is such thing as a stupid question. This might be the one for the day. But you mentioned SK that produces the cells, the battery cells that are then assembled. In my Telluride, if the spark plug is fouled, I replace the spark plug. Is there opportunities, and maybe talking to the manufacturer might not be where I get the answer, but we all know that cells go out in batteries. You know, there'll be a dead short in the battery, cell will go out, and is there opportunities in these designs that you can just replace the bad cell and basically, and I don't have to replace the engine on my Telluride if a spark plug goes out. Is that still the case with these huge batteries in our EVs?
Well, first, thank you for driving a Telluride. Research is still continuing to go on because, yes, you're correct. If you can minimize underneath the battery and replace only what's wrong, yes, we're advancing in that technology. So it's not trying to avoid the question, it's just one that's continuing to evolve with the technologies and how do we minimize the impact to you, the consumer.
Any other questions? Stuart, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, next we're going to have a presentation by the ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I see several people coming to the front. So is it John Orr that's going to be speaking first? Okay, sure.
Actually, it's going to be Mr. Alexander that was.
All right, well, it's good to see Mr. Alexander. Mike, how you doing?
Good.
Good.
Couldn't be happier to be here today. Don't often get called Mister.
Yeah, don't often get called Mister, but I can't tell you how much, from the Atlanta Regional Commission's perspective, we recognize how fundamental this moment is. We're critically excited that y'all are thinking about this, asking these kind of questions, because we're in the same place. We're very focused on this, and John and I thought it'd be easier for us today to tag team it, so we're going to pass the mic a little bit, given our respective knowledge sets. But again, we're the ARC. We do have tables and charts and slides. That's that's the way we like to think about this as we grapple with the amount of change we're expecting through this federal bill. So I think they might have a deck in the back that they're going to put up, and you might have to turn again. Hopefully they've got it.
Those office chairs just spin around,
Yes.
And also, there is a very colorful presentation handout somewhere that walked away. There should be 30 copies of that, so if someone by chance may have those in your papers, please
Which one is it?
subtly pass those to the Joint Study Committee, and there should be enough for everyone, too.
Yeah, we don't have that.
So look, everyone, please check your papers, and we'll, if you do have them, we'll get those passed out.
Is that AP in the back now? Could we get him to go out and check the oil on my truck?
Are you waiting for a PowerPoint?
Yeah, there should be a PowerPoint.
I'm gonna let that slide. Yeah. I got legislation I gotta get through.
So does anyone know where the papers went that we're talking about? Anyone?
Oh,
You brought them in the room?
We thought we did, but I mean,
Okay.
they're literally mythical. Okay.
While we're waiting on that, if you're just now coming into the room, welcome. If you're here and you haven't walked around the building yet, the restrooms are out that door to the left at the end of the hall. If you need to use the restroom, help yourself.
Well, there's a couple of technical problems in the back. They're getting that fixed, so I'm going to tread water a little bit and keep us moving, and then we'll catch up when the slides get up on the screen. Once again, my name is John Orr, and I manage the Transportation Planning Department at ARC. Of course, we're a 20-county regional planning agency around Metro Atlanta. So, yay, there we go. Next slide, please. And one very important item as it relates to some of our work at the Atlanta Regional Commission is that around electrification that's very important is that obviously we've had a team that's been looking at electrification issues, but one of the big events that happened last fall was, that I'm sure you all are aware of, was the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That was the new Transportation Reauthorization Bill. And it provided a significant amount of funding dedicated to electrification around the country. About $18 billion for charging, electric school buses and such. And this has the potential to very much, of course, have a very beneficial impact on Georgia, the Atlanta region. And of course, an important item is like what's ultimately driving this electrification revolution. It's both the private sector through the work of our manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers, and now it is very much the public sector at the national levels providing a tremendous amount of incentives specifically around tax policy that we'll hit on in a moment. But ultimately, our role at ARC, we think that we've got a couple very critical actions we need to take to help our local governments succeed and plan ahead, is that we know that we've got to get the infrastructure in place, specifically the charging stations around the Atlanta region. And then ultimately, we've got to start preparing our communities, both in rural and within the Atlanta region disadvantaged areas, to really take advantage of these technologies because they ultimately could have a major impact on quality of life.
Yeah, and so when you focus on this tax policy and first talk about the EV tax credits themselves, there's a couple things that we're really paying attention to. And the first is that third bullet point that the manufacturer's cap is now gone. And so it's basically this tax credit would apply to all vehicles potentially sold. But there are some income limits, and this is critical to recognize: $300,000 for a married filing jointly household, and then $150,000 if you look at the bottom for others, including single filers. So we did a quick analysis to look at our households by composition across the state, and we think given those income limit requirements, 90% of all households would actually be capable of taking that vehicle credit. So it really does have broad application, this vehicle tax credit, and that's important for us to remember, because we're going to show you some charts about adoption rates and what share of the vehicle fleet will be electric. Well, this is a huge incentive to impact those charts we're going to show you later. And then it was already said today, and I thought the earlier presentation was absolutely on, we wanted to get a scale for this on the vehicle manufacturing side. This is a huge change for Georgia. As someone who thinks a lot about economics and the economics of growth for our MPO, that we're going to be building over 1 million vehicles a year again in Georgia. When I had to turn off the lights in our employment estimates for the GM and the Ford plant, if you remember that, we're back on and we're making these vehicles again, and I'm just so excited about that, because it is good blue collar, middle class jobs working in these manufacturing centers. But it was alluded to in the previous presentation, because these requirements on the battery components are something that we're thinking hard about, because if you read this, and I think it's important for us that by 2025, in 3 years, we need to be no critical battery minerals from a foreign entity. And implementing that, I think, is something we're going to be all thinking a lot about. And we wanted to put it to paper just to categorize that by 2029, all of the assembly for the batteries must be in the U.S. That's very, very aggressive.
How is that possible? Tell us how that's going to work.
In Michigan.
Aren't these minerals coming from Russia now?
I mean, I think they're coming from a lot of countries, in particular Africa. And I know I'm going to go ahead and pitch to John or the commissioner. I told the commissioner earlier, like, he's going to keep us straight today. I feel like he's one of our bosses as our core partner, GDOT.
Can anyone in the room tell us where those minerals are in the United States that you can get a permit?
Yeah,
We
don't have a good answer.
You don't know? Lumpkin County. Lumpkin County? That's called gold. It's gold.
There's a cobalt mine in Michigan. They can't get a permit.
This is an issue that we hear a lot about.
Right.
And so what's the answer to that?
Well, I'll do my best on this, but absolutely, there's air supply chain for critical minerals really does, and it's obviously China has a central role in that supply chain. And so ultimately, there's going to have to be developed some alternative supply chains for these critical materials. And I know that manufacturers are looking at this, but as we are all aware of, right now this is going to be a major hill to climb to be able to source the needed minerals over time.
And again, this is to get federal funds. You have to be able to demonstrate when you're buying the vehicle itself. So it doesn't stop the production of any battery in the U.S. It just means you're not going to get these big tax credits if it doesn't meet these requirements by that date. And that's, again, I think very much going to be a challenge.
So, if, Senator Chairman, if I might, so what you're saying is to get the batteries without receiving the tax credits, we're pretty much going to be held hostage to the minerals that are mined off the coast of the United States, the enriched mines that we surrendered when we abdicated in Afghanistan and surrendered those to the Chinese, and the fights that we're currently in Colorado, where we have mining companies attempting to mine these minerals, but we have environmentalists protesting. The same environmentalists that are pushing for more EVs are protesting the mines opening that could create this. So the average Georgian would either have a choice of struggling to find a vehicle that qualifies for the $7,500 tax credit, or just pretty much come to an understanding that the tax credit is non-existent and they have to go out and buy a vehicle that the battery's manufactured from one of our less friendly neighbors, right?
Well stated.
Yes, and absolutely, we are going to have to, I'm sure, from a national policy level, look at the some of the upcoming next steps that are going to be required and how long it's going to take to meet some of these requirements. Because like by 2027, at least 80% of the critical minerals, they can either come from the United States or a country that we've got a free trade agreement with, but that certainly doesn't include the major sources and major manufacturers' sources of the minerals right now.
Thank you.
I mean, I think these are the fundamental questions that we have to have this complete understanding about, especially given the fact that we're going to be making so many of these vehicles in the near term, right? So, I mean, this is the conversation I think we've all got to have to understand these types of issues and what it means for our ability to produce and sell these vehicles, right? And so I'm going to pitch it back to John for just a second to talk about the solar credit. Okay.
Also associated with this Inflation Reduction Act that recently passed, there's, beyond the electric vehicle credits, there's a lot of very interesting national policy and credits towards solar, which further complicates some of the electric grid planning as we move forward in the future long term. Short story, you can get a 30% tax credit on installing solar in your home. There's no limit on expenses, there's no income limit to be eligible, and it's effective for 10 years through December of 2032. This has got the potential and will have a major impact to help spur a lot of home solarization. And one of the reasons why that could be very important within the world of electric vehicles is that a common concern among drivers, consumers is like, well, how am I going to charge my car or vehicle if the electricity goes out for an extended period? And if you have solar, that does give you the ability to do that home charging, at least as long as you've still got a roof on your home, of course, which is going to be very critical in significant weather events and such. But also, you can see where they're moving towards longer term is going to be this concept of a smart power grid, where potentially, if you've got excess battery capacity, and you can even sell potentially some of your electricity back to the grid to help mitigate your electrical expenses at home. So next slide. And with this has got a lot of information on it, but we wanted to share a little bit about as we start to transition a little bit into some of the discussion around the Atlanta region, looking at the state as a whole. Well, Georgia, we've got roughly about 0.4% of our vehicles are electric vehicles. And you can see it's like the national average right now, at least in 2021, is about 0.5%. So percentage-wise, we're a little bit below the national average, but we're forecasting that this is going to increase drastically moving forward. Next slide. Now, of course, within the Atlanta region, at the bottom right-hand side of the table, within our 20-county planning area, about 0.8% of the vehicles are electric right now. And you can see by looking at the county level, we've only got a few counties where the percentage is at about 1%. You can see it's Cobb, of course, DeKalb, Fulton, Forsyth. There's several communities that are getting close to 1%. But we're expecting that this figure, as you heard earlier this morning with increased sales, will increase dramatically. Next slide. Now, one of the items we've looked at within the nation and also Georgia's, and I think this is an important question that everyone has right now, is going to be like, well, ultimately, how quickly will the fleet turn over to electric vehicles over time? And it depends on the forecast you look at. It ranges. One of the items that we're looking at very closely is the year 2030. This is a more aggressive forecast where they're forecasting about 47% of new vehicle sales by 2030 will be electric. I think that at least our intuition is that seems to be aggressive in this forecast. But you can see that ultimately between both the battery electric and hybrid, it's still going to be it will be a very significant amount of the share of vehicles moving forward are going to be electric related.
And so, just to hit this point home again in another way.
Can we go back? I mean, it just, if you look at the bottom line in 2035, where are coming up with, I assume what I see is that there'd be zero
That's
manufacturing
this
of gasoline.
That share is going to be very small under this forecast, and we truthfully have 3 of these because the point is there's a lot of variation in these forecasts, and you know when you think about national sales and heavy duty trucks, this is where I think we're really going to be looking at this pretty hard to see if these are reasonable. And yeah, please.
Chairman, are you saying that they've eliminated petroleum completely?
That's the goal of the national policy. as
Well,
I
no,
know
I
it.
understand this. So you're saying, looking at 2035 as an example, that they've eliminated petroleum-powered vehicles completely?
Right, yes, sir.
That is the ambitious goal that the feds have.
If I put my Marine Corps hat on, there's a phrase you learn when you learn to shoot a rifle, chasing the bullseye. So if I click to the next slide, you're going to see a different forecast, and you're going to see, the point is there's a lot of companies chasing the bullseye right now and trying to understand what these adoption rates will actually be. And to be honest, that's why we counted the vehicles. What's our share right now? Because if we're down at less than 1%, and there's, you know, over 9 million vehicles in the state, well, that's a lot of turnover in the fleet. So if you'll stay with us for just a second, you'll see, because this is how we have to think when we do long-range transportation plans, like how long does someone keep a vehicle? And so we put this in to get at this point that the forecasts vary, but there are some accepted good data points around this idea that the light-duty car vehicle fleet is aging, but if you look at light trucks, they're getting turned over more quickly. And there's a lot of stuff we know about, like income and the type of vehicle you're going to buy, right, typically. And so those of you, and there's a lot of people in this room that drive trucks, you replace those at a high frequency. And so, of course, the average age is less, which means you can actually turn those over longer because people aren't going to hold them as long. So one of the old transportation planning data points has been historically, it takes about 19 years to turn over the vehicle fleet. So you've got these trends, right? We're going to up the manufacturing. We know we're keeping vehicles longer. And so what do those forecasts really, are they telling us right now? And how are they likely to change, truthfully? Because these adoption rates matter. And so then you get to the public sector side, right? So where are people going to charge? And you know, the consultants are going to tell us about 60% of the vehicle charging is going to occur at the home, right? You're going to hear this over and over again. But from all the other planning side, and I'm going to shift this over to John in just a second, we've got to figure out the rest. And you'll see some of the maps we've made to illustrate some of these more land use specific issues that come with this change.
Okay, next
Mike,
slide. Oh,
real
go ahead,
quick,
sir.
if you don't mind. On the bottom, it says figures do not include 3.2 million domestic chargers to be installed in garages. Where do you get that number? Just from the sheer number of homes in it?
Yeah.
And that does also include forecast vehicle sales through 2026 too, and estimates on how many of those folks are going to put in the home chargers, which would be these level 2.
And to follow up on that real quick, all the vehicles you showed a while ago that were in the Atlanta region, your 20-county region, where are they charging? Where are the vast majority of those vehicles charging today?
They're going to be charging at home.
So in those 20 counties today, the vast majority of those vehicle owners have the necessary equipment in their residence to charge their vehicle? And are those level 2, level 3 chargers?
It's primarily going to be the level 2 chargers. A lot of the people, if you're an early adopter, I guess would be the right way to put it, purchasing an electric vehicle, you're probably going to go ahead and take the next step to get your garage or where you park definitely hooked up to be able to charge it at home. It seems to be where the trends are right now.
But you're only showing 34,000 statewide.
Yes.
So, I mean, not, your numbers were, you were asking about the ARC district.
Correct.
There's
I was
34,000
asking,
statewide.
yeah.
7,000 in our 20-county transportation plan.
Yeah, who y'all are servicing particular, and then of course, I mean, because you're much more concentrated part of the state, so you're naturally should have more vehicles.
No, is that 37,000 totally electric, or is that include
Yes.
the hybrids?
That's true electric.
I thought I saw
Don't
it.
break it out yet.
I saw an earlier slide that was 34,000 statewide.
And that is 2021 data, and the slide following it is like 2022 data as of last week. So we've increased the fleet of electric vehicles
If I
quite a bit.
can, also, just since we're talking data, is ARC doing any, I guess, original surveys or research looking at adoption in the ARC area?
Well,
Or
we're
just
going
using
to
data?
talk about some planning work that we've got underway, but the short order stories, yes.
Okay.
We are getting ready to start that.
Chairman Frank Ginn, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that for me, electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging can be a great thing for our state. We can sell more kilowatt hours and reduce everybody's cost of electricity. But I know that if we don't manage it correctly, we'll be adding to the peak, we'll be adding to our cost of generation, transmission, distribution. For me, would the Atlanta Regional Commission support a concept that I'm looking at is maybe for a short term, put a sunset on it, but 3 or 4 or 5 years, we require every manufacturer or every vehicle sold in Georgia to have a Type 2 charger in it to get those home charging stations out there that then turns around and helps people to allow them to charge off-peak. Is that something that the ARC would look at and support? Because for me, if we can keep people charging off-peak, it's a great win for everybody in Georgia. And I think that with off-peak charging, said the way that you got to do it, you got to have access to it, and I think there's an opportunity to do that. Is that something y'all entertain?
Senator, that's something that I think we should explore and then we literally, I think we timed this slide perfectly, that we are fixing to release an RFP to do our regional transportation electrification plan, and as a particular point, that's something we could absolutely explore as we develop that study, because I think we've been consistent in saying there's a lot we don't know. There's a lot we need to do more original research on, as you've requested, to get at these issues. Like what would that mean to say, yeah, you need to have that level 2 charger in your home, and how that would impact adoption and influence the peak. I think that's something we could absolutely follow up on to see what the scale of that would mean for our
Love to get
usage.
more data from you on that.
That's why we're here too, because we'll include that in our study. And again, we've got 2 major studies that we're undertaking. We're under contract. We're doing this almost in partnership with GDOT updating their freight plan, because this is such a big part of our economic ecosystem in the state and Metro Atlanta, and we highly value it. And we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to support both in the best ways possible through these studies. But we have to do these studies right now to make sure we've got the best available information, given the federal bills and all the changes that are happening, and that we're having to have these kind of conversations to get at this. So there's nobody that knows more about transportation planning at the ARC than obviously John Orr. But this is as plenary as we will get today, I promise you, but we did want to highlight the purpose of this study. And I would rather have data charts for you, but sometimes you have to do this. So John's going to walk through this so you can see. We're going to be very methodical about this and trying to make sure we answer all of these questions through these studies.
We've got a question by Trish Pradmore.
But I do want to, before we go down what your research path is, I do want to go back to one of the slides that you have involving rooftop solar.
Please.
So
I'll put very quickly.
to address Senator Ginn's question to you and how you formulate your research. So Georgia does not operate any longer off of just a summer reserve margin. So our peak is no longer just based upon the absolute maximum quantity of electricity that'll be consumed on a hot summer day. We also now have a winter reserve margin, and that's to account for the amount of solar that Georgia's put into our system. We're currently number 4 in the nation in solar. We have more solar in our overall generation system than we've ever had before. But what that's caused is that when people want to charge their cars, they're charging at night. And so they're charging at night. Well, that solar on their roof or within the rest of the system is not generating at night. Why? Because the sun's not out. So that winter reserve margin is there to provide a base load energy source into our system that is typically nuclear, gas, and we still have a little bit of coal left. And that's so that those people can charge their cars. So I just want to make sure that when we look at this from a research standpoint, we're very clear about the fact that most people are not going to charge their cars in the middle of the day when the sun is shining if they've got a rooftop solar system in their house, on their house. They're going to charge at night, where that solar system is not doing anything for them unless it's got a high-capacity battery attached to it, which is very expensive, which the IRA does not give a whole lot of discount or federal tax credit for. It was very panel-intensive, not battery-intensive. So I just want to make sure that we're really, really clear about that. So the state still has to have baseload generation, no matter how much the feds incentivize solar.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's.
Go ahead.
Another critical point about multiple redundant production sources is going to be critical for all of us to keep. And we've got just a few more slides.
Well, obviously we all have questions about the unknown and future trends, and so we very much realize that we need to take a very close look at the Atlanta region and what we need to do to prepare for this electric revolution that is coming. One of the first items we very much need to do is to look at this from a standpoint like, well, how does this impact our regional land uses? What's needed to support the industry? What's going to happen to other businesses that support really gasoline car repair and such? And we got a couple of slides on that. But key point on that left hand about Ida set of bullets is that ultimately we have to get better and more precise forecasts of electric vehicle penetration rates through the rest of this decade. And we are going to get that out of this study because it is very location state specific. Right now we're looking at national forecasts. Also, then we would move into developing electric vision for transportation electrification. Ultimately, we want to, as you heard discussions about earlier today, a very high priority for our executive director is workforce. How do we develop, build, maintain the workforce that's going to be needed to ultimately lead and support this electrification revolution? Right now, we're anticipating it's going to be a challenge. And then finally, we want to work very closely with local governments in the Atlanta region to develop implementation strategies and also as well identify a core network around the region where we look at where we've got deficiencies in public charging, and ultimately that'll build off of what the state through GDOT did with their recent NEVI plan to expand on that. Now, one of the items that we have to look at very closely will be the network of electric charging stations in the region. You can see the green dots on the graphic that shows the traveling EV charging stations in both Georgia, the southeast, with on the right, there's an inset for Metro Atlanta. And as you can see, we've got a very relatively strong charging network within the Atlanta region, but there are gaps, even with in Metro Atlanta, One area that we're concerned about is like on the south side of the region. If you take out the airport area, you can see it's very sparse once you get south of the really downtown I-20 to other parts of the state. And that's a huge concern. I know our NEVI plan for the state will help start to build to address these issues, but we have major gaps within the region that are just simply do not have the charging that's needed. Next slide. The other item that we're going to be looking very closely at is that at the end of the day, how do we deal with providing charging infrastructure for people that live in do not own their homes or live in apartments? And that's going to be a major issue that we'll, not only within the Atlanta region, but the whole country, we're going to have to think through strategies to figure out. Right now, in Metro Atlanta, about 30% of the population, they are in rental homes or apartments. And that's a big issue for us because of the fact that we have so much growth in Metro Atlanta. We have a lot of churning in our rental housing and apartments. And in fact, we added about the 4th most people in the country during the last decade. Next slide. Now, from a state and regional land use perspective, thinking long term, let's assume by the year 2050, 2040, and such, how will this change to electric vehicles? How will this impact our economy and our land uses? And one of the items we're looking at and we'll be looking at will be gasoline stations. I know a lot of people are trying to understand what will their footprint be long term in this world of electrification charging. So we're going to be looking very closely at this.
And similarly, as someone who's worked on cars all my life, the minute you buy an electric vehicle, you don't have air emissions issues. You don't have a radiator, right? You don't change the oil. You don't have a muffler repaired. And I was at my muffler shop, and the owner of that, a small business owner, was telling me, well, in electric vehicle world, we don't exist. And that's something that we take very, very seriously at the ARC. What this really represents to us is some very big companies, but also a lot of small businesses, a lot of middle-class small businesses working very hard. So as we make these big economic changes, what does it mean for them? How does the economy change for them? Will they adapt and provide other services? It's just to say these are land use, these are economic issues that we want to make sure we're understanding the scale of this, because these are our businesses as well, and we want to make sure we understand that. You know, the 7% of our GDP in the nation is related to mobility and transportation. So this is a big sector of the economy, and we're talking about fundamental economic changes. And Senator, I don't know if you have a question or a comment, but
well, no,
Probably
and
a little bit of both.
I apologize. Sometimes the logic part of my brain overtakes the rest of it, but you adapt or die,
yeah.
I think is what it is. And I mean, we can get all kumbaya and warm and fuzzy about it, but your muffler guy is, if it gets to the point,
Right.
then he cannot be in the muffler business unless he's working on people that are rehabbing older vehicles and things of that nature. And I'm concerned that as we go through this from a government standpoint, you know, we don't get to be warm and fuzzy. It's the reality of it.
Right.
And he's going to go away because you know, we can't accommodate him and make his life whole because we, you know, went past him in technology.
Right.
But Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a real quick question that kind of relates to that. On slide 13, you had equitable adoption. What exactly in this particular plan is equitable adoption? Support federal goal of accelerating equitable adoption of EVs. And if we're getting into income, then right now I think Georgia's median family income is as high as it's been ever. I think it's around $60,000 a year. So that's still not going to pay for certainly not going to pay for an electric Telluride.
It's not, but we said federal specifically because it's a requirement. John's going to define that in a little more detail, but it's very much a spatial part of especially the charging network that we're
So it's to make sure we have charging stations in the right make sure that we have an equitable distribution of charging stations?
That's roughly it. Per the federal, when the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passed, and also this Inflation
I try not
Reduction.
to laugh every time you name that bill, but go ahead.
Yeah. There is a planning requirement in the laws that says that we should be seeking to have 40% of investments be benefiting like rural areas, disadvantaged communities and such. And that's actually a key criteria to get some of the discretionary federal funds for local governments and
So
others.
if we don't have electric vehicles, if we don't have numbers of electric vehicles in those rural areas, we still should invest 40% into the infrastructure in those areas, hoping that at some point they will have the vehicles there?
I don't know if it's quite like that everywhere, but there are
Is it a
certain
little like
minimum.
that?
In some instances, like on the NEVI plan, there is like, hey, we want to have like electrification charging stations every 50 miles and such.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's like, we don't want to have like certain areas not have electrification infrastructure because everybody travels
Yeah, but the
everywhere.
NEVI, but the purpose of the 50 mile on the NEVI plan is makes absolute common sense, because people are traveling up and down our interstates. We want everybody to have enough power to get to where they need to go. The NEVI plan makes perfect sense. What doesn't make sense if we ask our citizens, who, let's be honest, every federal dollar that comes into this state is created by Georgia taxpayers. And so, Washington's not producing any products that are creating money. They're taking the money that's sent up there and sending it back. And if we're going to waste that money building infrastructure in areas where there's not going to be enough electric vehicles to support it, then we need to understand that going in. And so it's just to be transparent to the taxpayers of Georgia where we're investing this money. But the NEVI plan and the 50 mile plan makes absolute perfect sense. Willy-nilly, another federal string to people getting their own tax dollars back is a little concerning. But thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, and just to add one point on that, it's like a lot of the electric infrastructure is going to start to get constructed, implemented at the local level through these discretionary federal grants, and that's going to be a consideration in Washington when some of these grants are reviewed.
I think it's important to recognize the discretionary grant part of that, right? Then implement that program.
And of course, we're going to be moving in as well. We've got a regional freight plan update that's underway right now, and that's an item that we don't want to lose collectively track of, is how do we support this technology transfer and evolution as it relates to our goods movement industry, which is very critical really to the whole state, including Metro Atlanta. And one of the key items we want to get out of that study is going to be ultimately where will the charging infrastructure be constructed between like private truck depots versus public charging. That's an item that we do not fully understand moving forward in the future, because we do have major gaps in the region, really the whole state, for truck parking, which is going to be very, very important. Also, we want to look at industrial land uses within the Atlanta region and help understand what trends are impacting them as it relates to electrification, and also what types of amenities do we need to have at our public charging stations for truck drivers with electric vehicle charging and restrooms and such. Now, within the Atlanta region, we have, of course, one of the nation's highest concentrations of industrial warehousing, distribution, and such. And last year, it was the second quarter of 2022, we added the most market rate absorption of any area in the country was in Metro Atlanta, over 11 million square feet. So we have to be planning ahead in a future where trucks, they may not be using electric, they may be using hydrogen over time, but we're planning for this electric future, and we have to make sure that we have within these areas adequate electric vehicle charging. The final point wanted to make was like another issue that we've got to work through in our freight and goods movement plan is going to be truck parking. As you can see illustrated on the graphic, we have major corridors within the Atlanta region where we do not have truck parking facilities. We're anticipating that we're going to have a great need for electric vehicle charging moving forward in the future. So this will be another item we'll be looking at as well. And I think, Mike, that's the last one.
Yeah, we're happy to take any additional questions that you have.
Any other questions? I have a couple. You know, we've all worked with the ARC for many years on transportation and funding, and House Bill 170, y'all were instrumental in helping us pass that. I'm surprised you're not talking about the lost revenue we're going to see from all of this. Have you started looking into that issue? And if so, when can we get some information from you on that?
Yeah, I think we'll be absolutely looking at, through the electrification study, what it absolutely means for revenue as well. I think you are all very well aware of the additional fee that's already on registered electric vehicles, but making sure that that funding mechanism for the state is there in some other form to make sure we've got the money we need for infrastructure is always going to be priority number one at the ARC, and for GDOT as well. To understand the scale of the need is going to be critical for us. And I think we've all heard or talked about VMT as a way of trying to measure movement and put some fees on that as well. But again, where we collect it, I think we're agnostic right now, but we do want to understand the scale of the funding displacement to make sure we've got what we need to maintain the system that we're absolutely going to need in the same form and more going forward is critical.
Right. So I'm in line with that. I'm sure your local governments or your members, that's who you represent, your counties and cities in that, what is it, 15 counties now or 18?
I mean, all are parts of 20 for the metropolitan transportation.
And you've added Forsyth County as of last year.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're worried about the loss of revenue as well. As you know, they get 3% of the gas tax at the pump.
Right.
And so they're going to lose a significant amount of revenue as well. So
Absolutely.
that's the part that we haven't really dug into yet, but we need to be moving in that direction quickly. We have a question from Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up with what I thought I heard you say. In the second quarter of this year, this fiscal year, we added 11 million. That's 252 acres of additional warehouse space. Is that right?
That's absolutely, that's space that got leased up in that quarter, basically. So yeah, and we're leading the nation. That 3%
That's
vacancy
adding
rate
in
is
one quarter.
absorbed.
Oh.
Yeah, it's.
I thought I heard wrong.
Square feet.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. That's good data from Cushman and Wakefield, and that it's below 3%. That vacancy rate shows you how intense that market is right now and how much that demand is a part of our
Strong
economy.
recession can change those numbers quick. Chairman Walker, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the good information you all brought today. You mentioned trucks, over the road, heavy trucks, and parking for trucks and charging station for trucks. Have you all calculated, I think our last meeting we were told that the battery for a over-the-road tractor-trailer rig would weigh about 15,000 pounds with current technology. How many additional trucks at our current truck weight limit is going to be required if they're carrying a 15,000 pound battery? And do we need to look at increasing truck weights to accommodate for the battery?
To be honest with you, we don't have the answer to that yet. That's one of the things we're going to have to look at as part of the regional electrification plan will be this exact issue of like where are we going to end up having these bridge weight issues.
That was really a question I wanted to ask on behalf of Commissioner McMurray.
He felt the pressure coming.
We're looking at the commissioner as much as we have in this presentation.
I know
so.
he wanted to ask it, but I went ahead.
Well, and that's where, I mean, I think we're all trying to understand where hydrogen is going as well, because that potentially for the heavy,
Just being
the
a
heavy
good,
vehicles.
being a good
is-
commissioner of ag, Chairman. right?
is a possible technological solution.
All
But we have taken down all these questions. I promise you, we will come back with answers as we develop this study over the next 12 months. You'll feel us trying to
Well,
make sure.
we're
we've
over
answered you.
our time allotted for this discussion, but this has been very helpful.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you
for
so much.
all the research, and we'll continue to work with ARC going forward. All right. Next, we're going to get to hear from Allie Kelly and Brad Skinner. Charge Point Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Considerations in Georgia. Yep, we saw some of the signs coming in today, Allie, with the Ray on them. That's awesome. We look forward to hearing from you. Welcome to both of you. Brad, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, you want to? Yeah. You'll have to hold it, Brad.
Yeah, pull that off there, I think.
Well, if I pull it off, I can't do my slides.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, go ahead. Yep, wait for your mic there. All right, good. You may have to turn it on the switch, not sure. There you go. Go back green.
There we go. Just take a point of privilege as Brad Skinner comes forward. Many of you on this committee may have worked with Brad on his former role as serving on our freight study committee over the last few years, but many of you don't know him, so I wanted to just take a moment to share a little bit of a background with Brad of why he comes forward today and a little bit of his background and expertise. He only serves on 4 boards at the moment, private board of directors, and has been a senior leader in transportation, logistics, and distribution over many years. I won't say how many decades, Brad. But going back to the early 80s, he was at Snyder International, where he doubled the revenues of the company by designing and introducing some innovations across their product line. And then later in the 80s, he spent time in Albany, Georgia. So he knows Georgia at motor carriers there, and actually merged a couple of companies and doubled the size of their inbound and outbound trucking capabilities there in Albany. Later at Southern Pacific, he double-stacked train and intermodal services between the Midwest and the West Coast. And then later spent time south of the border in Mexico, where he actually privatized the National Railroad for the Mexican National Railroad and introduced capital investment and training that ultimately quadrupled the rail usage between the U.S. and Mexico. So when we talk about rail, Brad knows rail operations extremely well. Just to put a point on that, Canadian Pacific recently bought that property of the Mexican rail line for $30 billion. That's the kind of budget I'd like to have, Mr. Chairman. We could do some things. Most recently, Brad became a founding member of the North American Close Shoring. The company focused on localizing manufacturing and supply chains, as well as sustainability and modernization, including automation and digitization of the supply chain. Interestingly enough, that company is chaired by former Governor Jeb Bush and led by CEO Alan Simon. So they bring a lot of innovation of taking best practices from Europe and Asia to really expand the North American capabilities of production to North American supply chains and facilitate those communities. Brad's been a great partner to us at the department, bringing innovation, making introductions to private sector, and again, always focused on public and private opportunities for the success of Georgia. He's well-traveled by being here today, and glad to have him, but appreciate you indulging me to give a little background of why Brad Skinner's at the table.
Thanks for the introduction, and talk to us about electric freight, Brad.
All right, I'll I'm going to focus more, Chairman Guggenjesser, on the heavy haul side of trucks, heavy trucks, and also locomotives. And I hope my remarks, even though I'm a generalist compared to the more technical presentations you've heard so far, I hope I can add some value, some ideas that might be helpful to the committee. But it's always a pleasure to be here in Georgia because ever since my first experience in Albany, I want to pronounce that correctly, decades ago, it made me a real believer in the future of the state and how visionary leadership and communities can transform themselves if they just work together. As I follow the progress which Georgia is making to support electrification, I'm totally impressed. Governor Kemp, Pat Wilson, and many others have worked tirelessly to recruit so many important companies to Georgia. As you know, for fiscal year 2022, Georgia shattered all of its previous economic development records, creating 51,132 jobs and bringing $21.2 billion of investment to the state in 358 projects. It comes as no surprise to everyone in this room that for the 9th consecutive year, Georgia has been ranked as the #1 place for business attraction in the United States. What's even more impressive is the proactive nature of the leadership of Georgia, and that includes this Joint Study Committee, in acting as first movers on electrification, which will create many more billions of dollars of value for Georgia and over time many great new jobs. The Georgia State Executive, the Department of Transportation, the RAY, others are collaborating to position Georgia as a leader in electric vehicle production, battery technology, shared charging infrastructure, dedicated lanes, and other innovations that will propel economic opportunity, but also support enhanced environmental stability, roadway safety, and transition to lower carbon emissions. I guess I'm supposed to do this slide. I can only, it's like Gerald Ford, I can only walk and chew gum. Let's see. How does this work?
Let's try it.
No, wrong way. All right, there's got to be a way. Okay. Anyway, okay. So I'm already through my first slide. Some of your constituents and colleagues might on occasion ask, why are these recent announcements and directions so important to making Georgia a leader in electrification? I answer that question by borrowing the title from a biography about Georgian Ted Turner, Lead, Follow, or Get Out of the Way. Simple words which mandate lead because green jobs are the future. Modern manufacturing is truly a marvel, and it's gratifying for the company that I'm representing today, North American Close Shoring, to play a direct role in bringing back companies and jobs to America and to all of North America. Several years ago, I had the opportunity to visit a steel mill in rural Arkansas, 70 miles west of Memphis, with Governor Bush. That mill was brand new, and you could literally have a family picnic on the manufacturing floor, complemented by technology that is AI advanced, state-of-the-art, and today is the most productive steel mill in our country with 100% renewable, recyclable sourcing materials. There are about 500 workers with base salaries linked to additional bonus awards for safety and production. Last year, the average annual salaries and bonuses for this rural workforce, which had been extensively trained, amounted to $225,000 per person. That reality for a rural town in Arkansas could become, in my mind, both urban and rural vision for Georgia, as it employs vast amounts of new capital for clean energy, clean applications, and for industry and future workers. Next slide. While greener manufacturing is a great goal, green manufacturing will also stimulate a companion industry of green transportation. According to statistics from FreightWaves, the American Transportation Research Institute, and the Georgia Motor Trucking Association, there are in today Georgia 32,000 trucking companies employing 275,000 company jobs, not just drivers, but everyone associated with those companies. And many of those transportation companies are responsible for some of the largest freight movements in the United States. Many are located right here in Georgia: UPS, Coca-Cola, and Home Depot. Starting soon, United States customers will begin to transition to electric heavy-haul truck options. Manufacturers such as Daimler with its Freightliner brand, PACCAR and Kenworth and Peterbilt, Volvo Trucks, Tesla Trucks, BYD, Lion Electric, Nikola, and others are now taking orders for electric semi-trucks, and trucking industry will start to convert. I was just at Daimler on Friday, looking at their projections. Next year, they should have approximately 200 units in operation. The next year after that, about 5,000. The next year after that, they anticipate 20,000. It's going to be a process, but it's a process that we should be aware of, and consistent with some of the earlier remarks, where are the truck parking stations and where are the electric chargers for those. Also, automated freight options for companies like Enride, Outrider, and at least 10 others are on the horizon to actively pilot test autonomous vehicles throughout the United States. Similar investment trends are occurring in the rail sector. In the United States, rail transit is already, as compared to diesel trucks, a more positive option for lowering carbon emissions. U.S. rail carriers are primarily focused on planning the transition from diesel electric to battery electric locomotives. A recent study by the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory maintains that the U.S. has a head start in the process of converting diesel locomotives, because most of the locomotives in the United States are all on the same system of diesel electric technology. What is happening now is to perfect that battery generation for those locomotives and attaching that battery technology to a converted tender car. Because of the centralized routing of railroads in our country, charging stations can be easily located up and down those rail paths, fed by locally generated power supply. This kind of approach will reduce, according to the study, half of the energy consumed by diesel trains today. It is also believed that near future battery prices can achieve parity with diesel electric trains if rail companies can access a rapid charging infrastructure capability. It is estimated that the battery electric conversion could save the rail industry in this country $94 billion over the next 20 years. Companies like Wabtec has already launched electric locomotives in test modes with Caterpillar and with General Electric close behind. Now, this process, different than the truck, this is going to take at least 5 to 10 years, but it's going to happen, and the rail industry is totally focused on it. Several short line operators are already using electric vehicles because it's a shorter range, and they can effectively use them and efficiently use them at their short line operations. Bottom line is that we're going to see heavy haul industries gravitating toward electrification, not during the next 10 or 20 years, but literally beginning now and accelerating over the next 5 years. Without doubt, Georgia has begun and can continue to lead by building the best electric transportation system in the U.S. Electric freight will become the integral part of a component of Georgia's expansion. I believe Georgia can continue to be the first mover and the economic developer leader for all of the states in the United States, facilitating green jobs for all of the citizens of Georgia. I also believe, based on the positive experience I had in managing a very diverse workforce in Albany, that electrified manufacturing and its far-reaching implications can breathe new life into many areas of rural Georgia, just as Kia's presence here continues to invigorate LaGrange and West Georgia environs over the last 25 years. As stated earlier, electrification can produce good, well-paying jobs with new advanced skills that can enhance earnings and capabilities for the state and its workforce. Okay, let's go on to the challenges requiring leadership. We've talked about some of them already. As Senator Gooch emphasized, replacing the gas tax structures with other usage charges for automotive and trucks and transit will be paramount. Another major challenge, making the cost of an electrified truck equal to the cost of diesel units. Daimler is working on that with other manufacturers, and just like solar panels, with proper innovation over time and manufacturing incentives from investors, will ensure that those price points become competitive, joined with fuel savings and the maintenance savings that these modes can provide. Number three, I think, is improving the battery life and distance that needs to occur as technology extends that battery life and as charging station autos for trucks are strategically placed. Most truck and car batteries today are limited to 200 to 250 miles, but rapidly improvements are now underway to extend that distance, probably in the next 3 years to 300 to 400 miles. As that battery life and distance improves, regional truck moves will lead to mid-continent capability. Georgia's initiative to expand its charging stations, the work that Janine Miller is now doing as part of the planning process will certainly accelerate that technological advance. There will be an improvement. Number 4, I think there needs to be an improvement as stated or referred to by ARC and by Senator Ginn, that the electrical grid and its capabilities will need to be expanded. Georgia Power and others are very much aware of these future challenges. And it's not enough to say, well, the grid will keep up with consumer and industrial demand. California, as an example, currently sells about 1 million, 6% of all their new sales are electric vehicles. But they're anticipating 5 years from now, that number will be 5 million. Now, if all those units charge at night, or at other times of the day, the grid has to be ready for it. Otherwise, the grid could collapse in certain specific markets. And of course, California has said by 2035, that's just 13 years from now, everything's going to be electric. Well, it's a challenge. We got to address it. Number 5, I think you're way ahead on so many things here. Innovations that the Ray and Panasonic and GDOT are initiating have profound impacts on passenger and freight movement and enhance public safety. And number 6, finally, part of creating new jobs, particularly in rural areas, is to introduce underserved communities with not only internet access, but to organize and to help facilitate statewide initiatives to teach and upgrade skills required of these jobs of the future. An idea that we've discussed with the Ray and GDOT is to organize interest in electric mobile classroom and labs, which could tour rural and other areas of the state and promote workforce training for green jobs of the future. We're doing this in parts of Texas now with Deloitte, and we're doing this in parts of Washington State. If there's an interest in collaborating on that kind of an approach, we'd certainly want to work with you on that kind of approach in rural areas, or for that matter, urban areas. All of these issues are opportunities for the future, which will be thought out and acted upon. But the advantage which Georgia has created for itself is obvious, and I encourage you to continue to build the momentum using electrification for jobs, for highway safety, for being sustainable stewards of our environment. Your efforts as a committee can influence and educate the broader population, creating an investment and an acceptance environments for workforce development and training, transition innovations for taxation, for producing higher jobs for Georgians, higher paying jobs for Georgians, and for securing a national energy policy that is sustainable. Again, I told you in the beginning I'm a generalist. I hope some of these ideas were helpful to you. I work with economic development throughout the United States and linking private sources of investment with public and private objectives, and I think you guys are in the forefront of leading this state in a direction and aware of the challenges in the process. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brad. We appreciate you being here. We have a couple questions. First will be from Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. About halfway through, you had mentioned, as you were talking about railroads.
Yeah.
You mentioned the potential fuel savings.
Yes.
For railroads, and you mentioned a 94
billion.
M or B?
A B.
With a B. Okay. There's a pretty big difference. And
there is.
I thought it perhaps would be the B, but
I think the B will incentivize more.
Absolutely. Well, and speaking of incentives, so I think the state of Georgia has done a great job, not year in the row, the best state in the nation to do business. And I think it's important that the members on this panel that we have created incentives for private business to do some of the things that they're doing and not mandating through legislation, that by 2035, so many will going to be I don't know
Right.
if you know where that might go, but there are many things that we can create incentives to do that probably has not been thought of yet, and we should not limit those. We discharge electricity every day. We, by necessity, must produce more electricity than we consume. And with capacitors, there'll be a brilliant Georgia Tech guy somewhere or gal that's going to come up with a way that we can use this excess energy in a positive way in the future. And I think it's one of the things that we do in our when we're looking at programs. $94 billion with a B could be some of the incentives that we need in order to capture some of these savings.
Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Skinner, I guess,
Yeah, I know you very well, fortunately, and but my question, I know you keep your hand on the investment world and private investment and all the different things that are out there, and I guess my curiosity is, what have you seen their excitement in looking at these new technologies? Is there a rush or force behind, private, sort of like what Chairman Perk was talking about, investment in heavy freight options and the rail and EV or whatever different fuel type that's coming? Do you see that?
Well, absolutely. Again, I said it on Friday, I was with Daimler, and I've been with the others that I mentioned. All of them view that this is a market that's going to convert. I've been with trucking companies. If you can deal with the price competitiveness issue, which can be dealt with through financing, through extending it out over time like you would a car loan, certainly the advantages on the fuel side, and certainly the advantages on the maintenance side for a trucking company are, that's probably 50% of their cost. So there's a real incentive for people who own trucking companies, for people who invest in trucking companies. They're looking at all these. And certainly all the Class 1 railroads are looking at this because of what was just said about the $94 billion savings in fuel. We have to move in this direction. Simply, it's good for the environment. It will be good. Secondly, it produces new jobs to keep our future people trained with high skills.
I think we'll follow Chairman Robinson's a little bit.
Yes.
So even without the federal subsidies that are, they're kind of clouding the picture right now.
Yeah.
Without that, you feel in the investment world they're behind this.
I definitely do, but the incentives don't hurt. Okay.
Right.
I have several European investors right now who are saying, we're going to invest in American technology. We're going to invest in American companies for the future. I'm seeing that trend. Oh, by the way, I'm not telling anybody any tales out of school. Putin has certainly helped the Europeans look more seriously at this market, and certainly Chairman Xi has done the same in China. So I see all kinds of Asian and European money wanting to invest in this country.
Okay. Thank you.
But you're right, Chairman.
Yeah. Next will be Chairman Powell. And then again.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe I've ever met you before, and in my legislative work, we just don't cross paths, but according to my dear friend, the Commissioner DOT, you got to be one of the most accomplished people in this room today. So I did want to ask you a question, something that's been bearing on my mind. We did some work during the legislative session this year on EV, trying to prepare Georgia so that we wouldn't be left behind in this day and time. But there's some things that continue to bother me. It looks like that everything is being promoted toward electrification. And the more I listen, and from the legislative session on, we know there's other side effects that are going to happen. One is going to be the drain on the grid. We understand that. We understand that if chargers are put in people's homes or carports, well, hell, they're going to incur higher insurance rates because, we don't live that the insurance don't get their pecker in the damn bowl on some of this. But overall, I keep looking at all this, and it seems to me that we're heading in a direction, thanks to the federal government and whatever has prompted that everything is going to be EV. But do you think that the R&D development out there, I know I've been told that tractor trailers, that the transport vehicles, the batteries weigh so much for those vehicles, it's going to be so they're already doing work about hydrogen on these. Do you think, and to me it just seems like if they can perfect, say, hydrogen promoted tractor trailers, would be a simple fact to do the same and maybe even cheaper, given what we hear about the cost of batteries and the raw materials and the dependence on foreign nations and all of this stuff. Do you foresee that we could be moving to other forms of R&D technology?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
if that's so, could we not be heading down the wrong path by putting all of our all of the EV eggs in one bucket, so to say?
Yeah, Representative Powell, it's like everything else. People have a direction. They start following a direction, and then they modify direction based on efficiency, based upon quality, all those kinds of standards. Hydrogen, we're involved with some people in Denver on that subject that are bringing a tremendous amount of money from Australia, working with our national labs so that could be possible. It's not there yet. Just like EV on heavy equipment is not yet there. It's starting to be, and 3 years from now on trucks, and 5 years from now on locomotives, 5 and 10 years from now. But I think I'm hearing something similar to what Senator Robertson said. Our world is balance. We always have to look at balance. What makes the most sense? These things seem to make sense, and certainly with the incentives they're being encouraged. But technology, as I have, here I was born quite a while ago, as a commissioner told you, or alluded to. But everything keeps evolving. Just like cobalt out of Africa is going to evolve. Mark my words. There's lots of things that are changing, and the technology will continue to change, and we will. So EV looks good. I wrote in her EV card this morning. Incredible. It was impressive. It's silent, but the EV is going to take hold in, I think, the car market. I think it's going to take place. It's going to move toward the heavy haul, as I described, and locomotives. But there will also be other technologies that come along, and they'll try that too. So there's no simple, I'm trying to answer your question, there's no simple nirvana answer. We're going to continue to invest.
Well, what I'm hearing you're saying is, yes, you suspect that R&D is going to invent a lot of other modes of transportation that is non-polluting.
I do believe
right
that.
now, the only game in town is the EV.
That's correct. Okay, I think that's a fair statement. And as other technologies evolve that are less emissions, we'll adopt those. But we have to just keep our minds open and keep supporting that innovation and technology on all fronts. And that's what I love about Georgia and the private sector. I mean, you all are business friendly for a reason. People keep bringing you innovations, and you keep using them properly. And all states should have that same attitude.
I think probably the bigger concern that I have is it looks like all the resources of government and everything is promoting EV when they need to be promoting all R&D for other things. I tend to believe that Dr. Toyota or Dr. Kia, whoever they are, they're going to come out with some other source of power for these vehicles. It's going to be more in the inclination of what we want. I remember I've owned an electric golf cart a time or two. It didn't take me long to figure out the hell with that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Thank you for that question.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, if you'll let me just try to answer your question a little bit more in a well-rounded way. So Kia is a great example of research and development that creates tools in the toolbox. So their R&D group has created a hydrogen fuel cell Class 8 vehicle called the Exient. And that hydrogen large truck is currently operating where there is hydrogen infrastructure. And so the limiting factor is infrastructure. Really important to understand, the limiting factor is not the technology and the vehicles. The limiting factor is the infrastructure. And it's the same with battery electric freight as well. We are not funding high-powered charging for battery electric freight right now with NEVI. NEVI funds 4 ports at 150 kW, and BEV freight needs minimum 350 kW, really more like 500 kW, megawatt, and more. So whether you're talking about in freight, in trucking, whether you're talking about hydrogen fuel cell, which the technology is here, or whether you're talking about battery electric Class 8 freight, the limiting factor is the infrastructure. The federal government has created an $8 billion hydrogen hub challenge. That $8 billion will be allocated to regions, and the Southeast region has submitted a proposal for a Southeastern hydrogen hub. And it includes the states of Georgia, Alabama, Florida, the Carolinas, I think also Tennessee. But that proposal, which the DOE at the federal government will decide on in the next 12 months, could send to the southeastern states $1 billion, maybe $2 billion of that $8 billion to establish a hub of hydrogen infrastructure from well to wheels. So from production to transportation of the fuel to the infrastructure for the users. So we will have funding for well to wheel hydrogen in the Southeast in the next, well, I don't know, the decisions will be made over the next 12 months. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. And the last piece, and this is in the details, but Brad's the generalist, I'm the detailed geek. But the details of this are, Kia and their R&D group, they have released the Xcient as a hydrogen fuel cell Class 8 truck, but they're fuel agnostic. And they are just as happy for the Xcient to be totally battery electric or to be powered by some other technology that is low carbon or no carbon. They're open to being multimodal. They're open to be technology agnostic and interoperable with that vehicle. It's also the most award-winning Class 8 truck right now that is running on a hydrogen fuel cell. And we'd love to have it here in Georgia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, again, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brad, I appreciate your presentation. Would you flip back a couple slides here to the one where you had the, come on back. You had kilowatt hours per mile or something.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
The, when I look at your consumption there for the electric truck.
Yeah.
The nerd in me says that's 160 horsepower, said based on your kilowatt hour per mile consumption. Is that enough to at 60 miles an hour, said they, is that enough to keep a truck that weighs 80,000 pounds moving through the state?
I think this is for regional use at the moment, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to have to.
I just
do
in South Georgia it might work okay. So
yeah.
But I think about when I'm looking moving in and out of the metro area, moving
right.
in and out
right.
of stop and go traffic or worse yet, said in any hilly part of the state. I kind of wondered how that number came up and it would skew everything else in
yeah.
that picture.
So let me get more detail on that, Senator, and I'll get back to you. I really always just focus on the range of the vehicle, usually in 10-hour segments with a single driver, and that's taking over a lot of regional milk run distribution in a variety of markets.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? All right, Chairman Robertson.
Mr. Skinner, I've never met you. I'm extremely impressed what you did with the railroad in Mexico, and the nerd in me followed that a little bit. What's the hurdle that's preventing the railroad from, you were saying 5 to 10 years? Well, what's the primary hurdle there? And I do understand Ally's response on infrastructure, and I know we're in the either chicken or egg or field of dreams, build it and they'll come, and I think it's inevitable but still we have a few barriers. But in rail service, which I think is the primary way 24/7 to move freight around and correct a lot of our supply chain issues that were even here prior to the pandemic. What are the hurdles there to get rail where it needs to be in Georgia?
I think it's just the direction of boards of directors that decide that that's where you want to move more quickly. For a long time, and I'm not telling any tales out of school, precision scheduling was the way boards of directors wanted to manage their companies, and we know where that ended. So we've got to grow the rail sector to become more effective. And they all have gotten that message with the STB and others that they need to grow to meet the needs of shippers and consignees throughout the United States. And one way to do it will to be more efficient on their locomotive usage. So it's like any other investment decision. I just think it can happen, as I alluded to that, in the next 5 to 10 years.
So is the bottom line margins?
It always is.
In this situation?
And unfortunately, margin to me is short and long term.
That's right.
I think the railroads are shifting to longer term thinking. That's what I believe is politically happening, as well as pressure from investors and shippers and consignees.
Well, I chair the state retirement committee over on there, so I understand long-term investment sometimes is you have to park fear and move ahead.
Yep.
But I was just curious, so it's not a technology thing, it's just getting the buy-in from those that manage.
Well, the Wabtec is putting together their product, GE, others, they're going to have the products there within this next year. So then it's okay, is the incentive rightly placed, and what decisions do we make as a board of directors?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
I have one quick question, Brad. And
Yes, Senator.
We're going to move on to a quick break.
Yes, Senator.
Your background in transportation, you know a lot about all of these issues, and we appreciate you being here. The IFTA, that's the International Fuel Tax Agreement, all 50 states have agreed to where they basically distribute the motor fuel tax to each of those states.
Right.
How do you feel that industry would accept doing that on an EV scale? So if they report their mileage that they travel from state to state, because my point is, if you leave Georgia driving to Texas, you're going to have to charge your trucks along the way more than one time. How do we get that money back to the states where those trucks had traveled? It would seem the IFTA program would be ideal for that.
It's a mechanism that's in place now. You would think it would. I'm certainly not an expert on that subject. We talked about this about a year ago, and it's got to be dealt with.
Right. We look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any more you want to add before we close?
I'm going to go super quick, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
First of all, I just want to go back to this slide for a minute, which okay, so what we want to leave the committee with, number one, is an opportunity for workforce development to be occurring in our rural areas via one of these mobile workforce development training units. In fact, there's a specific company that works with Brad and has been working with Commissioner McMurray at GDOT. The company is Enride, and Brad mentioned them earlier. I just want to say this is a great opportunity for an area like your Senate district, Senator Robertson, because we know that we need workforce development where middle schoolers and high schoolers are becoming inspired to what their future career could be. And so with a mobile trailer like this, a middle school or high school student can learn how to operate an Enride tractor. 1 minute on Enride and then I'll be done. This company combines electric freight with connected and autonomous capabilities. And for a segment of interstate like the Ray Highway here on 85, and due to the partnership between Georgia DOT and the Ray, we've connected this highway already, which means that we have the ability to enable platooning freight that is electric. We also have the ability to enable safe, autonomous operation of electric freight. We have the ability to allow Enride to operate on this segment of highway today. And then Commissioner McMurray will tell you that GDOT has a funded plan over 5 years to connect every mile of state highway and every mile of interstate in the state of Georgia. So we're not only positioned to lead on electrification, but electric freight will be connected and autonomous, and we're in a position with the infrastructure plan and infrastructure funding that Commissioner McMurray is already leading on with the department to lead with companies like Enride, who can deploy connected electric freight now and who can deploy level 4 autonomy in an electric freight vehicle in 2023. If y'all want to know anything more about those opportunities, Brad and I will be here all day.
Thank you. All right, it's 10:53. We're going to take a 7-minute break. We're going to start back at 11 a.m. Please hurry back.
7 minutes.
That's a great point, man. Even now, even with that 1%, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to run it on them all the time. All right, I made a note.
So I leaned over to Larry and said, man, I hate being an asshole. Larry goes, you're good at it. And then I turned around to John. He goes, what's the matter? I said, I told Larry I hated being an asshole. John goes, but I got to tell you, Randy, you're really good at it. And I thought, fuck, I got the House and the Senate thing on that.
Oh, Brad, good to talk.
Y'all put out a APB for Rick Jaspers. Oh, there she is. Oh. While we're waiting on people to sit down, is Madison in the room? Stand up, Madison. Stand up. I want y'all to know that it takes a lot of work to put these things together, and the Georgia Chamber and the Transportation Alliance works hard. Seth Milliken and Allison and Madison, but today is Madison's birthday, so y'all give her a big round. All right, we're missing a few members, but we can make it without them. We want to go back up on the agenda to before the break. We're a little behind. We've got to get caught up. So we're going to hear from Ben Kessler, who is with ChargePoint, talking about the electric vehicle infrastructure in Georgia. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. Well, good morning, folks. As the senator said, my name is Ben Kessler. I represent ChargePoint's policy interests here in the Southeast. I'm actually local to the area. I live in Columbia, South Carolina, so not too far of a hop and skip away. I've prepared this presentation for y'all just to, I wouldn't say we're at a 35-foot cruising altitude, but we're beginning our initial approach to the airport. So I'm going to try to take y'all through just some context setting, give some background on what we're doing here in the state and how we're involved, and then just talk about some ways to make sure that we keep getting economic investments in Georgia and keep the machine rolling, right? So let me just start off here with the future of mobility is electric. So I pulled some data for us. Obviously, we've gone through all these announcements, but Senator Gooch, maybe I can address your question about where are minerals coming from here in the U.S., specifically here in the Southeast. Just to let you know, one of the first lithium mines in the United States in the last 60 years has opened in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. I think they'll have a production capacity of up to 500,000 EVs. So there is some mining here going on in the state. And to your point about the permitting process and some of the hurdles that are hit in that, yeah, we certainly support an approach to kind of streamline to get these gears turning. Other places, Alabama, there's a graphite mine that's opened. I know on this list here, we say here in Georgia, there's some copper recycling happening. So things are starting to evolve here in the state, which is great for the Southeast. But just looking at the map in terms of numbers, Georgia has got about 46,000 EVs. This was just pooled recently. I know that all the data sets are a little bit different. This comes from our folks on a consulting level, but Georgia is really leading the path here. And I think what's really interesting is looking at this graph, which is pulled from Guidehouse, of where the projections of sales per year are going. And I will say this is a very conservative estimate, but it's funny to look at Georgia and North Carolina here in the middle of the pack with the lines. As you may know, North Carolina's got some aggressive climate policies, whereas Georgia's got really aggressive economic goals. And it's funny to see y'all just battling it out there. And like I said, it's a conservative estimate. I truly believe these are going to be a little bit more. So just wanted to lay that context. Now, for those who aren't familiar with ChargePoint, I will say these are a little bit of a salesy slide. I'm not a salesperson, but just to give you some background here, we do business a little bit differently than a lot of the other electric vehicle service providers. We sell our equipment to what we call site hosts, so businesses, and they get to own and operate that equipment on their facilities. That means they get to set the rates for revenue, who gets to charge there. We provide the support and the software and the hardware to make it all happen. So that's where we fit into play. I know that we were talking about fleet here a lot. We've got really big connections with WEX and Voyager, which are some of the biggest fleet names out there in terms of fuel cards. So we're engaged heavily there. Another thing I just want to talk about is our network reach. We're a leader here in North America, but also in Europe and other places, Asia and India. We're operating across all different things from multifamily, like we're talking about, residential, fleet, and we've got about 1,700 employees here in the United States, and that's growing quite quickly. I think, employee number 1,300 just at the beginning of this year. More specifically in the Georgia market, we've got about 5,000 ports in terms of charging applications. When we say ports, we say it that way because our charging stations can have dual ports, charge 2 cars with 1 charging station, so we have about 5,000 ports here. Of that 5,000, about 2,100 are commercial ports. So that means people are installing them at their businesses to gain revenue, to attract people into their towns and such. Convenience stores we're working with, municipalities, utilities, all private businesses, all of the above we're engaged with. So you can see we've got a large spread over Georgia, but certainly there needs to be more work, like some folks have mentioned about the rural communities, and especially multifamily. So we'll move along here. I just wanted to say ChargePoint is local. Our equipment is through a vendor process, so we sell through commercial vendors here in the state. Obviously, this is kind of limited to the metro Atlanta area. I would love to see this expand across the whole state, but it is good that our vendors are selling this equipment here, employing Georgians, and then also contracting local workforce, construction forces, and electricians to install this equipment. Just jumping into a little bit of the workforce, just as an FYI, we've partnered with the National Electrical Contractors Association. We're going to be developing curriculum and training materials for electrical contract members. They are the premier association representing electricians. So it's our hope there that we can also develop workforce functions to get these installers in the ground. Talking about Buy America too, we're currently shoring up domestic suppliers. One of the big things that we're working with the federal government. There's always confusion around what the federal government's doing, so we're asking for clarity on a lot of the definitions and terms out there. But we have announced that we're expanding our manufacturing facility here in the United States. Sorry to say it's in California. I would love it to be here in the Southeast. But we're producing 10,000 fast chargers and 10,000 level 2 chargers in the next 4 years at this facility through expanded manufacturing lines. The other thing that's really important, I think, to think about is cybersecurity. So we have certificates through security of our manufacturing, of our cloud software, of our payment software, and then also additional ones with utility software interconnections where it's cyber secure in that sense. So now that I got all the fun stuff out of the way, I wanted to jump into just how we're looking at charging stations, how we're getting them deployed in communities. I will say I did have some really fun slides with a lot of good data on where people are using these charging stations, where they're coming from. Unfortunately, legal told me how to pull those slides, so I'm happy to have an offline conversation with you all to show you some of that nitty-gritty data. But when we look at putting down charging stations, one of the big things that we like to keep in mind is the amenities, right? Is there safety and security of the site? Is there lighting? Where is it near? I think these are all important questions. So this graphic here of representing a site is actually one that we're doing with a national partner, Starbucks, and a corridor project that we're doing out west. But as you can see, when we're looking at the site, we're looking at, are there accessible sidewalks? Is there retail nearby? This is a Starbucks location, but what you can't see around the image is there's an Exxon right around the street. There's, some Chinese buffet right below at a strip mall, and there's a grocery store and things like that. So how do we get people to come into these sites and use them? And then the ways that your communities are using these sites are through economic engagement. So a lot of towns are installing them in their main street districts to draw people out. We know that people are charging their cars and they're not going to be, charging is a passive activity. You go and do something else while your car is charging. So you might go grab a snack, or you might check out the park or something like that. So that's how we're seeing these being used. Another thing to think about is how powerful the charging station is. What is the capacity? Not everywhere needs a 350 kW or even 150 kW charging stations. The ones that I would recommend are like, if you're a convenience store where you're going to be in and out. But if a town's installing something, you may look more to a level 2 where someone can be charging for an hour and grab lunch, check out the area, and spend their time and money. And so when people ask what type of charger do you need, my first question, I hate to answer a question with a question, but it's generally, well, how long are you going to be there? What is your dwell time? Because that will really tell the whole story. So that's just what I want to show, just how we're looking at how businesses are fitting charging stations into their model through this. The other thing I just wanted to jump in is how are we in Georgia trying to create some economic investments or electric vehicle charging investments, because we've had a lot of conversations about EVs, and I love EVs, but the other half of the equation is the charging infrastructure. How do we fuel these cars with electricity, right? So I will say one of the big things that we're looking at, I know it's a big conversation that's happened before, is the charging by kilowatt hour pricing. I will say one of the big things our national partners ask us when they want to do a big national project is, can we sell by the kilowatt hour pricing? And generally, if the answer is no, we got to look elsewhere, because it's in terms of revenue return on investment for them as making this capital investment in their project. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, hoping to find some change. We're not trying to compete with utilities or co-ops, so we're just trying to provide a value-added service. Same way a laundromat would be using electricity to wash clothes. The charging station is using electricity to charge your car. That's kind of where we see ourselves in that sense. But one other thing I wanted to bring up with this graph I've got here is I've got two examples of vehicles, a Chevy Bolt and a Polestar 2. They each charge, they're both electric vehicles, but they each charge at different speeds, right? So the Chevy Bolt charges about at 1/3 the speed as the Polestar 2 at 55 kW. Well, in the state of Georgia, you are charged per minute. So the Bolt, which costs $25,000, is actually subsidizing a more expensive vehicle that can charge in about half the time. So that's something to look at too in terms of the equity focus for folks who are charging. It's just making sure that, the same way that gas is being done in a volumetric manner, we like to see EV charging done that way. There's also, I know GDOT's here, the other thing is the NEVI program and the proposed rulemaking from the Federal Highways Administration called out specifically that chargers must display the price in dollar over kilowatt hour format. So just something to think about as y'all are moving through this process. This can either be a commission decision or even a legislative action. We've seen 43 states plus 2 territories make these decisions. None have gone back on it. There haven't been any problems, and it's allowed a competitive environment for charging to happen and investments. The other thing, Senator, again, I think you were talking about load management. We've seen a lot of cool examples of how rates can shift behavior. Again, I hate to bring a West Coast example here into the Southeast, but these are 2 examples here on the graph or graphics here between Washington and California. Washington doesn't have a peak or an off-peak rate. So when people get home, they just plug in like they would because there's no cost difference. Well, some counties now in California are looking at time of use rates where they're shifting that behavior and providing cheaper rates to charge at different times. And so that's shifting that load. Obviously, you talked about solar, right? We can't all be charging at night. We may want to also think about a super off-peak period or something during the daylight hours when solar is or other generators are online to reduce that demand later at night. That might be something. So there's a whole lot of things to look at. I'll say one of the things though that it really helps support is DC fast charging site hosts, allow them to be a little bit more profitable, and then even for our fleets, if these 400 kilowatt hour trucks, they all plug in at the same time and you got a 50 truck yard or plus, you could be talking a lot of dollar figures. So, time of use rates, working with the utilities to create competitive rates, I think helps encourage different behaviors. The other thing, I just wanted to bring up, you talked about, should we incentivize or tell OEMs to provide level 2 chargers to get to the time of use rates. I will say not every charger is built the same. Not everyone has the same capability, so I'm happy to have a more in-depth conversation on what that would mean. But not every charger can do utility grid response. What I do want to get into is the medium and heavy duty fleets, and just, I think everyone's made some really great points today. Some were asking, where is the push coming from this? In my previous time with the South Carolina Energy Office, it was all coming from the private industry. We had, where I was working, BMW was telling their suppliers, whoever can get us electric trucks, you're going to win the contract. And so that puts their pressure on their suppliers to get out and get these things done. So we're starting to see this spread across the board, especially here in Georgia, where we have 2,100 commercial ports. We, as ChargePoint, have over 5,000 commercial fleet customers who are electrifying. There's a lot of action to get into here. And, I think for the state, there's a good opportunity to lead by example, making sure that electric vehicles are on state contracts, especially locally made electric vehicles, to get them in our fleets, to make sure that we know how that's working as well on the private side. But charging behavior is a little bit different than light duty. I know some folks were talking about, a 500 kilowatt charger. These chargers in this photo are actually 125 kilowatt chargers. What we're seeing a lot is what is called behind the gate or depot charging. So these trucks will run 24 hours a day, and they'll charge behind the gate at their depot facility for an hour during lunch, or 30 minutes when a shift change is happening, or when it's up to the docks unloading. And so we're seeing that cover it, but when we talk about the opportunity charging on the interstate with truck parking, yes, we're probably going to need a little bit more power. So there's a lot of opportunities, I think, from the utility as well as the legislative side for help in this realm. There's make-ready programs that can really reduce the cost to install this equipment, and then even demand charge reform. I know Georgia Power had talked about that in their presentation last time we had met. So there's a lot of things out there. I will say, to just answer some of the questions about weight, we've seen about 8,000 to 10,000 pounds difference between the diesel and the electric tractor. We have seen some OEMs start to ask for exemptions up to 90,000 pounds for this. So, there is that thing out there, but somebody had asked about horsepower of these trucks. Luckily, gratefully, I was able to drive one of these electric trucks last year, and they're quick. They're about 500 horsepower, 1,000 pounds of torque. Really, they don't have much problem hitting hills or starting to stop traffic. So, just wanted to highlight that. And the other thing I think for fleets is, not every fleet needs to tow 80,000 pounds. Some are doing volumetric versus weight. You might have, like here in this facility, you're towing axles. It might not be 80,000 weight, but the axles in the truck take up that cubic space. So that's where we're seeing a lot of, these electric trucks start to take place is, if you're moving chips or beverages or axles, where it's more of a volumetric function than weight. That's where we're seeing a lot of potential. Again, other commenters I think had touched on this, but multifamily I think is an incredibly important thing to think about. Over 80% of charging happens at home or work on a level 2 charger, which makes it critical to look at because when you're out on the road, public charging, it can be a little bit more expensive than charging at home. So still capture those transportation savings. You want to be charging at home on that residential rate. So there is opportunity. I think some states have been looking at this. Some states have implemented this of language to support laying conduit and wiring in new construction. We've seen that is about a 4 to 5 times cost saving to developers, not having to tear up concrete and asphalt. So I think there's opportunities for updating building codes or updating energy codes here in the state. I know you don't have to update the whole thing in in entirety of the code, but you could add sections to support the building code. So I think I'm happy to have a further conversation there. And I think that's about it. I wanted to keep this brief, but just what's important. EVs are coming. We know that. Let's not forget that EV charging is part of that ecosystem. The pricing by kilowatt hour really enables certainty for our site hosts and our investors to come into the state and place some money down. And time of use rates can really lead to some beneficial electrification on our grid management and load management. But another thing, just went through it, right? Fleets are going to play that critical role for competitiveness for the state. And then multifamily electrification is really going to help our communities who may not have access to a garage to charge their vehicle. So that's what I just wanted to bring up today. There's my contact information. Feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm going to throw a couple at you. How do we know where these EV chargers are going to be? There's no permit requirements. There's no licensing, no inspections. Is that true anywhere in the country?
Should have included that slide. I thought about it. So permitting is very varied across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Some states, I will say California has a really, I hate to say, a great process where the county has to make a form for electric vehicle charging, has to respond to that form within a certain amount of time. They have to take electronic signatures, all this type of stuff. What we've seen, though, in other states, it's very piecemeal at the locality level. And unfortunately, that leads to a lot of slowdowns. In Virginia, we've seen, not personally at ChargePoint, but we've seen other companies, up to 120 days before they get their permit back to begin construction. And that really slows down timelines, especially for NEVI, where that funding is coming down.
Talk about multifamily. If you have a 500 apartment complex, and let's say 20 years from now, everyone's on to the EV grid, how are they going to charge at night? You're going to have 500 charging stations, one for each unit for every apartment. You could have 2 or 3 cars per condo or apartment. Where do they charge?
Yeah, so I would say the salespeople of our company would love to have 500 chargers, but in reality, I don't think we need that. Looking at the general person who drives, it's, I think the Department of Energy says about 95% of people drive less than 40 miles a day. The average EV range is about 250 to 300 miles now. So I personally drive an EV. I don't have charging at home. I charge at publicly available chargers, and I charge maybe once a week. But there are other things like energy management, where these chargers, the amperage of the chargers can be spread out. So you don't have to upgrade panels. Instead of saying 500 chargers, you might just only need 250 or 100.
I guess my point is, if you switch from time to kilowatt, where's the incentive for the owner of the car to unplug and move their car out of that slot?
Yes.
To
So,
free that space up.
Yeah. So a lot of software, including ours, does this, but there's things called idle fees. So when a vehicle finishes charging, you get generally a grace period of 10 minutes to move your car, and then you might get incurred a fee, maybe $5 an hour or something, as an incentive, being like, hey buddy, you got to move your car, we got to make money, someone else needs to charge here. So there are those functions.
Gotcha. We have several questions. Chairman Perkle, you want a question first?
All right, so one thing that you said kind of intrigued me. So when I got here, a buddy of mine pulled up with this fancy little car that I felt to the hood, and it was cold. He's got one of these hybrids. It's running on electric power. And I got another friend here that came in an all-electric vehicle. You're from Columbia, South Carolina. I'm so sorry, but
Thank you.
how long would it take? You said you drive an EV. How long would it take to get here from South Carolina?
Well,
because it's 250 miles.
Mhm.
As a general rule, if 220 is your sweet spot, how long would it take you to drive that normally 5 hours to get here since you got the charge?
It added about 37 minutes to my trip. I stopped in an Enmark gas station in Augusta, grabbed some food there. By the time I was done eating and writing some emails, I was done. And then I stopped outside of Atlanta for a little bit, and then I drove to LaGrange last night to stay at a hotel, and there was charging there. So for me, it really wasn't that much of an issue. It only added about 37 minutes.
So a couple of times charging, just kind of fill it up and
As long as you got enough to get to the next charger, in my opinion, I think you're good. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm one of those guys
Chairman
who runs on
Broadmoor and then
fumes.
Commissioner McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, so to the point about your software application moving from selling your services by time to KW. So I understand idle charges, and I know that that's been brought up by the application service providers about a way to keep people from just sitting or squatting on an EV charger. Talk to me though, so electric utilities are being charged with, no pun intended, but they're being charged with creating the necessary generation so that we can ensure that systems don't have brownouts or blackouts, and that everybody who has an EV can charge accordingly. Talk to me about it moving to KW away from time. Where is the incentive for electric utilities to resource plan to ensure that they've got enough electricity to be able to provide for people?
That's a good question. I'll say I will double check to get you some more information, but in my understanding, I don't believe that it's that much of a change for the utilities in terms of resource planning. I may be wrong, but for us, it's more of the consumer experience, the same way that you're doing the gas station of the volumetric function. I don't know, and I'd be happy to learn more if it changes things on resource planning. But I know that we have a whole regulatory policy team that works in terms of IRPs and the load resource to better understand those things, and I'm happy to check in with them to find you some more information.
Let's talk on break, because there is a strong cost consideration for electric utilities that they have to build out the necessary generation to supply this electricity. And to do that, they've got to get compensated through the EV channel versus that getting socialized across the rate base. So let's talk on break.
Sounds good. And just to add in, I know that, when right, I think it's 25 cents a minute right now for the Georgia power stations. When it's switched to kilowatt hour, the commission could put parameters on what pricing they would like to see from utility.
Oh, come on, that assumes that we put parameters on things.
Commissioner McMurray and then Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ben, it's good to be with you. Thank you for your presentation. Just two questions. Could you speak to ChargePoint's response to the federal highway waiver information that was put out for public comment that was due just a week or so ago? As far as that, and then secondly is I understood that the facility in California that should be in Georgia will produce up to 10,000 DC fast chargers a year. And does ChargePoint continue to grow their market share, or is sort of 10,000 sort of where they are, because just the Navy plant alone was 500,000 chargers across the U.S., and I'm assuming you'd like all the market share, but at 10,000 that may take a while.
Yeah, so maybe I'll answer in reverse order. So I will say that announcement of our expansion was made, I think November-ish of last year when the Navy plan, or Navy IIJA announcement was made. It's my understanding that it doesn't end there in terms of our announcements. These are not forward-looking statements, but we're looking to expand in other ways and grow that manufacturing capability. To the Buy America comments and the waiver, we support Buy America. We meet currently FHWA and FTA Buy America requirements for our charging equipment. I think one of the big things that we were looking at is allowing time to shore up domestic suppliers, even more so than we have right now. So some people are asking for a phase-in. We're just looking to find a little bit of time to get some more suppliers on there. And then the other component of it is just clarifying definitions. There were a lot of things that came out of the federal government that were not defined, that had a lack of clarity behind what they actually meant. And so providing comments to them to make sure that we know what those definitions are and what we need to make sure our manufacturing process meets.
So just to be clear, ChargePoint meets the requirement of the waiver by the end of 2023, and then moving into calendar year 2023 into 24, you feel you'll be compliant?
We currently meet it with the FHWA and FTA requirements, but we will be in a much better position, with all the FTA stuff happening, all of the FHWA. There's going to be a constrained market for suppliers, and so allowing a little bit of time to shore up some of those things on the state side, I think, would be helpful. I will say I think a lot of these companies may not be in the current position that we are in, and so that's why there's a little bit more wiggle room for others, but I feel pretty confident of where we're in to meet those requirements.
For what it's, for what it's worth, the department requested the 2025 instead of 2023 for that first waivers put in, again, to give more time for market readiness. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Ben. The ChargePoint, who do y'all sell most of your equipment? I mean, y'all are in the business of selling and installing. Who's your principal customers in this?
That's a good question. I would say that our large customers are fleets. We work with Walmart, FedEx, Target, all these big names out there. We have about 54% of the Fortune 500 list who use our equipment, and they're using it everywhere from providing charging to their employees as an amenity for being on their staff to pulling in people. Like Target has a defined algorithm for every minute that you're charging. They know that you're going to be spending $1 more in their store. So we've got retail folks doing that, and then on the fleet side, like Walmart, we're providing their chargers for their home delivery business for their E40 transit vans. So we've got some big name players. I'd be happy to provide you a list. I should have had the slide up here with all of them, but I forgot to include it.
No need in that. My question is, you had made a mention a while ago about and in Georgia particularly, right now C-stores and other places, they can't sell power by the KW. I mean, that's just because it gets into, quote, supposedly the Territorial Act. And we dealt with that during the legislative session this year, and there was two things that came out of the Public Utilities Committee where I had this bill located at. One was that since the whole world seems to be operating under the premise that we're going to go electric vehicle or we're going to go to hell one, that this is how they're going to do it. They're not looking at any other options. And the C stores and those locations that we know today will cease to exist at some point down the road in the future when we leave fossil fuels as far as the power source for vehicles. So those retailers, which have quite an investment in the state of Georgia, they'd like to replace, quote, as they go to the future, the fossil fuel sales or petroleum sales with power, with electricity, since that seems to be the direction that we're going. So tell me a little bit about your ChargePoint's thoughts about being able to charge via the KW or the way Tesla does it with a service or a contract service.
Yeah, so I will say the subscription or membership profiles that maybe Tesla are doing is, we can do that, but personally I don't think that's a great thing, because you could be charging non-members or non-ChargePoint members more. You just be paying a fee for the electricity that they're using. But to your point, convenience stores are a vital partner in this. We do a lot of things with 7-Eleven, with Come and Go out west, with Chevron and other partners to deploy charging stations. I was actually in North Carolina. I charged out of Sheetz and got some food there. So they're in this picture, and to the point about EVs being the only thing, while yes, I think that is a great thing for light duty, I think there's going to be, and medium and heavy duty fleets, I think there's also going to be a lot of other options, like you were talking about hydrogen. We could be seeing low carbon fuels like renewable natural gas or biodiesel. To say that electric vehicles are going to be the only thing for convenience stores, I don't know if that's an accurate picture of where we're going. I think that there's going to be it's going to be a multi-option convenience store for you. Hey, which fuel type am I driving, and how can I get it?
Right now, it seems like everything that we're focused in on up here is EV. I'd like to hear about hydrogen if we had some presenters at some point during the short duration that this committee is going to be authorized. Your thoughts about those states such as Georgia? I don't know about South Carolina. I'm unfortunate. I'm close to a lot of the South Carolina legislators since I live over there on the border. But what's your thoughts, or the company's thoughts, about the selling of power by the KW?
Yeah, I mean, we support it. Obviously, there was some action last year with the Georgia legislative body. I think there's a lot of things that can get tied up, but at the end of the day, we've seen a lot of states just do a simple, language saying that the charging stations are not in competition with utilities and that charging stations are not subject to PSC ruling. There's a whole bunch of other things to be looking at as well in terms of where's the utility fit in, where does private business fit in. But at the end of the day, I think for return on investment from our site hosts, which include convenience stores, sometimes it includes utilities, that the kilowatt hour pricing is crucial to that point.
Could you address, just one last question, could you address South Carolina? I know that South Carolina has had a little bit of difficulty. Back a few years ago, they were moving toward, I think, maybe a nuclear facility over there. It dang near turned the state upside down because of some financial issues. So y'all don't have anything on the board right now for the production of new power, I don't think, as opposed to Georgia, where we've got Georgia Power and that consortium with the Vogel plant that's supposed to be going online in a couple of years, and then the next reactor goes on a little bit later. Of course, the ratepayers are helping to pay the interest on that instead of the stockholders. But we're on line to have, at least ways, a pretty good supply of power in Georgia. What are y'all doing over in South Carolina, given the fact that y'all don't have anything on the drawing board right now?
Funny you mentioned that nuclear plant, because I joined with the state energy office in the tail end of that debacle. So, I think for the region, it's important to realize we're not like Texas. We're not closed off to everything. We sell and trade electricity across states and markets. There's Duke Power, which is also part of South Carolina, that has their hands in North Carolina too, and they're looking to add generation, including nuclear small modular reactors, how they're talking, and other natural gas power plants and things like that. So there are some things on the drawing board coming from the North Carolina perspective down into South Carolina. There's also a lot of solar that's been going on in South Carolina. They passed what is called the Solar Freedom Act about a few years ago, which has led to a couple gigawatts of solar coming online as power purchase agreements with the utilities and manufacturers. So, there are some things, but the volatile reactor is going to be great. I'm personally supportive of nuclear power and happy to see it finally come online. But it is a regional market where electricity is traded and shared.
So you foresee that the Carolinas are going to they'll have enough juice to supply all of this at that given point if the whole world turns to EVs.
That's what they're telling us. And I think maybe the chairwoman here could probably allude a little bit better about, integrated resource planning, where they're looking 10, 20 years, 30 years out in terms of what load they're going to be needing. And utilities now are finally starting to look at, well, if 5% of our fleet in our service territory goes electric, and they all charge at the same time, what does that mean in terms of what do we need to be adding to our reserve and our margins here to meet that demand? So it's not going to all change in one day. It's going to be a gradual process over the next 5 to 10 years of planning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ben, just got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
More how-tos, for ChargePoint, do y'all maintain, calibrate the systems as they're installed in an ongoing process?
Yes, so this kind of goes to what Senator Ginn was talking about, or what I was trying to mention in terms of not every charger is the same. So ours do meet the NIST standards, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. There's a specific subsection there, Handbook 44. I mean, if we're getting into the real details here, I'm happy to go further, but that really sets the standard of the accuracy of the meter, the accuracy of the payment systems, the consumer protection mechanisms, and then the maintenance and requirements to keep that certification. And this is actually something I reached out to the Georgia Department of Labor about, is how is the state going to be implementing some of the standardization and metering of these, because they're going to be the same function as if you went to the grocery store, and the scale, it's got the little sticker on it.
Right.
Same thing at the gas station. We're going to start seeing that soon with charging stations.
So they have to create a maintenance contract with ChargePoint that goes on to keep these things going.
Well, yes, so we provide warranty and maintenance programs, or what we call sure support systems. And that can be anywhere on a year basis, a 3-year basis, 5-year. It's kind of like a contract service for renewal. You don't have to be an electrician to maintain these charging stations, but installing them, you definitely certainly have to.
I'm just curious on the investment side of these. Do you see any investment funds, capital investments coming from outside sources, investing and putting these in locations? Is that?
Well, Goldman Sachs gave us I think to the tune of almost $400 million to finance fleet electrification out west. They're looking at sites where they know is going to be profitable to them and generate that return on investments. And we're starting to see more capital funding start flowing that way.
Okay. Do other states that you all have operated in, do they have any permitting process where, like you said, Department of Labor, Agriculture, whoever comes and checks all these things for safety, accuracy? Have you seen that?
Yes, so some states, especially in the Northeast, have some of that language, specifically Massachusetts, and I think New Jersey have some. To the kind of the sticker on the charging station or the grocery store, that's changed from a tentative code recently into a permanent code. So we're starting to see a lot of departments of agriculture, departments of labor start to work through that and understand it, which is what we've been doing, reaching out to them. But then otherwise, kind of on the permit side, the real example is kind of out west with California. There's a bill called AB 1236 where they list out kind of 8 things that a municipality needs to be doing in terms of the permit function. And I'm happy to send you bullet points of what that looks like.
And just lastly, just got a question on this. These are technical, I know, but on billing, do you provide the billing services for, let's say, a convenience store that has a charging station on it? That comes through you?
It does. So you can pay through your car, through your phone, through your watch, by card.
I guess the transaction.
Yes.
You're paying the power. You're paying into
the site host would pay the power utility bill,
Okay.
but to use the station, the payment services on there, they would recoup 90% of that. We take the 10% to payment fees.
All right. Chairman Randy.
Thank you. You may have said this early in, and I may have missed it, but what is the market share that ChargePoint currently has?
We currently have about 70% plus of the North American market share, about 73, I think.
And I noticed on the map you showed earlier that showed all the charging stations. In one area that I represent, you had 3 bubbles somewhat overlapping, and one of those bubbles had, let's see, it's got a 43 in it. Is that a single charging island with 43 different points?
No, sir.
Of charge?
That when you zoom out with this map, it bubbles where the station. Those are 43 ports.
Okay, so do you count, what do you count as a charging station? I've got a Target that has one of the islands set off in a rarely used portion of the parking lot that on Saturday mornings, they'll have some Teslas hooked up and other individuals sitting in their vehicles charging. Is that a single charging station, or do y'all count that as one, or do you count every cord?
So maybe there's 3 terms to know here. So looking at the whole unit,
That's
where all
really
the
not
stations.
that complicated of a question.
No, it's not. It's ports what we count. So the actual thing that plugs in the charging thing. What we would call a unit of chargers, a charging station or a charging site,
Right.
and then how many chargers are there, and then how many ports, how many things can we actually plug vehicles into.
So when you talk about, and I'm looking at market share and other things, so when you're talking about 2,100 commercial ports in Georgia, then some of these truck depots and other places have multiple ports. They could have 50, 60 ports in those areas, right?
Absolutely, yes. But
Okay.
that 2,100 represents that can charge 2,100 vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Yeah.
Representative Thomas.
It's working. Thank you. I actually have one question specifically about the DC fast charger technology. I saw that that's something that you all provide as well. What are you seeing as the life expectancy on one of those charging stations? That's my first question. I've got a follow-up question after that.
Life expectancy is about 10 years. We actually freeze our equipment, shine UV things at it, throw sand at it, do all these testing functions, and we've got chargers now that are passing 10 years in the wild.
Okay. And as for the technology, I mean, a Class 2 charger sits at home. I don't think there's really going to be a huge leap in charging time because it's not a function of time for that type of unit. But the DC fast charger technology I see rapidly evolving. What are you all doing to stay ahead of that game? And what is your estimates on the time frame it's going to take to charge using that technology?
Yeah, definitely. So currently we're seeing the market really at 150-ish kilowatts right now. We are rolling out chargers that are meeting that. That's about a 25-ish, 30-minute charge. So you could think, stopping, getting dinner, out already, your car's charged. What we're probably going to see in the next 15-ish year, as a market standard, is going to be upwards of 200 to 300 kilowatts, which we can also meet with our chargers currently. And that would probably be around a 15 to 18-minute charge or less. We're at a Kia facility. The Kia EV6 charges, I think, at about 275 kilowatts. It's one of the fastest charging out there, and it's about an 18-minute charge. But then that gets to the dwell time for businesses. Do they actually want that 350 kW charger where they're going to pay that enormous utility bill and someone's going to be out of their business in 15 minutes, or would they want to scale it maybe to a 150 or 175 kilowatt charger where someone might be there for 30 or 40 minutes shopping or eating within their store?
Yeah, my question's more specific to people that are driving. I call them transient people trying to move through the state, because I can tell you I don't want to sit somewhere for 30 minutes with my kids. I want to get them on to where I got to go.
I'm with you on that.
And so, thank you. I'll have a couple more follow-up questions, but I'll talk to you about it offline.
Yeah. Well, corridor, GDOT, the NEVI formula program says it has to be 150 kW, which is your 25-ish minute charge.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Nick Steingart with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Sure. Go ahead, Will. Howard Will.
All right. I'll get started as those are being passed around. Good to be with everybody again. Thanks for hearing me out for a second time here today. Nick Steingart, I'm the Director of State Affairs at the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. This slide here shows you a list of our members. Our OEMs produce over 98% of the light trucks and cars sold in the United States on an annual basis. And of course, we have members that are battery manufacturers, technology companies, and others up and down the supply chain. So very proud of the impact that the industry has across the country, and proud to be part of an industry here in Georgia that's responsible for 167,000 jobs. I know we've seen a lot of charts about where the market is and where the market's going, so I'm going to throw one more at you here. I'm going to get into EV fees in a moment, and this slide kind of sets the stage for that conversation. But according to our data, EVs accounted for 4.91% of all new vehicle registrations in Georgia in the second quarter of this year. That was a quarter-over-quarter increase from Q2 compared to Q1, and really represents increased momentum in terms of EV adoption. And furthermore, I saw some polling from August that indicated 71% of consumers are considering an electric vehicle as their next purchase. I don't want to give anyone a heart attack here and make you think that we're going to be at 71% overnight. The average life of a vehicle on the road right now is 12 years, so it's going to take a bit to get there, but just kind of indicates, and certainly with gas prices where they were earlier this summer, sort of the continued momentum on electric vehicle fees.
Quick question about
Or electric vehicle, sorry.
Excuse me,
Question?
real quick. Yeah, the 71% number, what poll did that come
It's from Consumer Reports.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So all that being said, with where we're at in terms of adoption and where we're going, it's a good time to sort of reassess where the role of EVs and potential other funding solutions that could address declining revenue. First of all, we recognize that the gas tax revenue is not what it once was, and there's a lot of causes for that. For one, vehicles, even gas-powered vehicles, have become significantly more efficient over the last few years. EVs play a part in that. And in terms of declining revenue and transportation funding, of course, inflation and higher construction costs also play a role in that, as well as some other factors. So really that's led to around the country higher or lower revenues and higher costs for state transportation departments that are making some of these funding decisions. Of course, the motor fuel tax is a major source of revenue for states. Nationally, 39% of transportation funding comes from the motor fuel tax. As the commissioner probably knows, it's significantly higher here in Georgia. I found the stat from 2020, again from Consumer Reports, that said 66% of state highway funding in this state is derived through the gas tax. So it's a big chunk. In terms of where automakers stand, we certainly think that electric vehicle owners should be equal contributors, and we want to be partners in finding fair long-term solutions that raise enough revenue to fund roads and bridges here in the state of Georgia. In terms of Georgia's current funding mechanism, a couple of data points here. The first is $121. That's the average annual EV fee in place for states that have an EV fee. And on top of that, $134, that is the average gas tax equivalent paid by motorists who drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. Georgia's EV fees are right now stand at $214, so I think those first 2 points kind of put that into context. And that gap between what EV owners pay and gas taxes, or what EV owners pay in terms of their annual fees and what motorists who drive a internal combustion powered vehicle is only projected to grow in the coming years, which is what that chart in the right-hand corner of the slide shows sort of that delta between the two different drivers. We think high EV fees serve as a barrier to adoption if they're not in line with the annual amount of gas taxes paid. And outside of deterring consumers, there's another issue with high EV fees, which is they really don't raise a whole lot of money. Nationally, 0.04% of state highway funding comes from EV fees. Even in a high EV adoption scenario, that number is only projected to grow to 0.3%. So they're counterproductive in multiple ways. They don't raise a whole lot of revenue, and they serve as a barrier to adoption. And I certainly understand when the EV fee was put in place in 2015, the market was at a very different point. But in terms of, at that point there was only one manufacturer that was making EVs, and I'll get into in a minute where the industry is going. But certainly more affordable options are hitting the market, and as has been reiterated countless times today, this is certainly the direction that the transportation industry is going. So I think in the short term, certainly EV fees probably make some sense, especially if they're in line with gas taxes, but there could be some better long-term solutions that are needed. In terms of long-term solutions and other funding mechanisms, VMTs are thrown about, kilowatt-hour taxes to capture how much electricity is going into those vehicles. Without a specific proposal, it's hard for us to comment or weigh in on one approach versus another, whether it's a VMT or a kilowatt-hour tax. What I will say is we have some principles and considerations for lawmakers that you all should and I'm sure are thinking about with any alternative road funding mechanism. One of those, what's the impact on underserved communities? You think about a state like Georgia that has a lot of rural drivers or drivers in rural areas that don't have access to public transportation and certainly drive more miles on an annual basis than your driver in a suburban or urban location. What's the impact of a VMT or other road funding mechanism on those folks? What are the collection and reporting mechanisms and sort of the expectations for various industries to collect and report any of that data? And then last but certainly not least from our perspective, access to personal mobility and ensuring freedom of movement should not be disincentivized, curtailed, or penalized in any way. So again, hard to offer comment without a specific bill or recommendations here. But would hope to be a part of that conversation if it goes that direction during the session. I would also say there's a handful of pilot programs, whether it's a VMT or mileage-based user fee, that are being done in some other states. A few states have passed kilowatt-hour taxes, so another option, of course, is to take a wait-and-see approach and see how some of those programs, how successful they are in other states. We're going to have some good case studies coming down the road. And finally, Ben sort of stole my thunder here with the talk about building codes, but wanted to just point out a few ideas that we have. Part of the challenge, again, with taxing EVs has been mentioned in some other meetings, is 80, even possibly 90% of charging occurs at home. And there's really good reasons for that. It's cheaper, it's more convenient, it's really nice to start your day off with a full tank of fuel. But lack of access to home charging is a major barrier to EV adoption. And so we have some legislation that we've drafted that we're going to be pushing that for states to adopt residential building codes that require increased EV charging capabilities, and we'll be happy to share any of that with the committee if you're interested in taking a look. In terms of feasibility, Ben again mentioned this earlier, but according to one analysis, if you install that EV-ready charging at the point of new construction, it's about $2,000. If you do it through a retrofit, it could be anywhere up to $15,000 or more. So significantly more cost-effective to do at the point of new construction. So I think that was my last slide. The last thing I'll say is, again, automakers are certainly committed to going towards the electrification route. There's almost 80 models that are on the market right now. There will be 130 on the market in 2026. In terms of the dollar amount commitment, we're looking at a $500 billion commitment from industry to electrification. So between automakers' commitment and some of that consumer interest in these vehicles, you know, that they're certainly coming in. We're going to see more and more of them on the roads, and certainly we think, again, to reiterate, EV owners should be contributing their fair share towards maintaining roads, bridges, highways in the state, and making sure they're well maintained and safe for residents of Georgia. So with that, again, I'm happy to take any questions. Appreciate you all hearing me out for a second time here, and yeah, happy to take any questions.
Chairman Guillen, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, back on one of your slides, you mentioned that the driver should do a voluntary information on how many miles they drive. Given that you know, we pretty well corner the market in petroleum product, that getting it from the distributor, the taxes on what we do there, and about anywhere you have a plug, you know, you could charge your car. So if you went to a miles driven program, what would be wrong with just saying, hey, on electric vehicles, because they're unique and can be charged anywhere, you have to annually have a report on how many miles you've driven, and your consumption is based on, or your tax is based on that.
Yeah, I think there are, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a pilot program in Oregon right now that does that, where you take a snapshot of your odometer and report it. I'm not sure what the timeline is for that reporting, but it's something similar to what you're talking about.
Is that something that your membership would engage in and support?
I think we would want to revisit the EV fee issue. I don't think we want to be layering in additional taxes. And
you might want to get rid of, we wouldn't want to get rid of the flat fee that we charge currently, but if we went to just a miles driven fee, is that something?
Yeah, we're happy to entertain that conversation.
That would make sense, I think, for all concerned, because your bigger trucks, we know what they weigh, we know what's going on.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Let's move on. Thank you.
I wanted to ask some more questions about this EV fee, but I'm not sure we're going to get really to the depth that we need to be at going forward. But you know, all these charging stations that are going to be put in these garages and their backyards or basements or what have you, we'll never know where they are, who has them. How do you can't put a fee on those? I mean, that'll be difficult. So I keep going back to the VMT, or the road usage charge, is the fairest way to do it. Everyone has a different opinion as to whether our fee of $200 is fair, too much, or too little. But at the same time, it should be based on how far you drive a car or a truck. And a heavy tractor and trailer that weighs 80,000 pounds, surely the fee for that should be more than it is for a Chevy Volt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, agreed. And I'm speaking only about light-duty vehicles in our opinion on the $200 fee on those vehicles.
So the technology is available in our cars today. I imagine every manufacturer can tell you that they can program the vehicles to communicate how many miles are being driven. Not necessarily where, because we don't need to know where they're being driven, but if they're on a road and they're just like an odometer reading, if that charge could be kept up with, sort of like we do with our express lanes in Georgia. Are you familiar?
No, sir.
So the State Road Tollway Authority collects a fee for people who get in the hot lanes or the express lanes, and you base that on congestion and the distance you travel. That technology is already in place. I can't imagine how it would be much more difficult for an automaker to go ahead and retrofit these cars going forward and to allow us to collect a fee per mile. instead of trying to figure out how to collect them on the roadside chargers, the backyard charger. Now we have the fleet chargers that are going to be at the, the Amazon buildings in their yards. I mean, it's just going to be a very complicated process to try to collect all that money.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and that's why I try to not go too hard on the EV fee. Again, it was put into place in 2015, and as a easiest way to kind of capture that, it certainly, I see why states do that, and that has been the most popular option by far.
We did it based on an average number of miles driven and an average, miles per gallon car efficiency. But I don't think that policy will be effective going forward. If we truly expand this industry the way it's being pushed, that it's going to be expanded, I think we're going to have to look at a more definite proposal of a VMT type travel. But also we have to replace not only the state tax, but we have to consider the local sales tax on gasoline and also the federal tax. So if you add them all up, it's over 50 cents a gallon for gasoline and more like 60, am I correct, Russell, for diesel? So, I mean, do you think the federal government is going to do something on a VMT nationwide, or is this something that each state's going to be looked
above
upon?
my pay grade on what the federal government is going to do? I don't know if there's been any conversation about that, or if you've heard anything as well, but
My only interest is that we create parity between gasoline engines, diesel engines, and electric cars, or natural gas, hydrogen, whatever the energy is, it should be the same.
absolutely, totally aligned with
Figure
you.
out how to way to efficiently collect that money, and how do we collect it? That's the other question. How are we going to collect it? So.
Yep.
Chairman, the IIJA had provisions and funding to continue national mileage-based user fee pilots and understanding. I hadn't seen anything move forward yet, but it is contemplated, and there's a couple of pilots around the nation that are underway, and Georgia will be participating in one coming up as well. That is part of the Eastern Transportation Coalition, the states up the eastern seaboard, basically. It's from a pilot, so we're going to put trackers on all of you. So you all volunteered and didn't know it. Trackers on your person, not your vehicle. But,
It's on my phone now.
But anyway, we may be seeking volunteers in the near future.
We'll volunteer Frank Ginn. He drives more than the rest of us.
And he has a cell phone.
Chairman Walker.
Do we have time, or you want to?
Yeah, let's move. Let's do one more question from you, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. I wonder if anybody in the DOT commissioner may have this information, but I think Georgia takes in about $150 million a month typically on fuel tax. 150, 180 million. Is that about right? Do we know what percentage of that is paid by out-of-state drivers, out-of-state vehicles? I think that's something this committee needs to get the answer to if we can.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
That's again maybe above my pay grade. As fuel gallons are sold, Department of Revenue collects that at the distribution level for that. So where it goes into the convenience stores or the fuel farm or to fuel tanks, who's using that fuel, we don't know. And to counter a point Chairman Gooch made too, the miles do matter where they're driven because just, if you drive in another state, predominantly if you live on a border, like here we are in West Point, if you do a lot of driving in Alabama, but then you're charged in Georgia for how much you drive, there's not equity in where you're driving. And that's the one thing about the fuel excise tax now is wherever you fill up, you're generally driving, at least in those locations. If it's only miles driven, then there's some issues again about each state will be your home state. So, if you take a trip to Florida, Florida would get nothing because you're only measuring the miles and you're taxed on them in Georgia. So there's a lot of other issues to work out there. Sort of like IFTA, you brought up IFTA earlier, but that's, a big issue there to work on.
Well, we better get it figured out. January's coming soon.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Who's next? Our last presentation today is EOS Links by Blake Snyder. Oh, you do? My bad. Where is it? You got Blake. Dan Bowerson, my bad. All right, sorry. We were separate on the agenda, so. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the slides will be coming up here, but Dan Bowerson, Senior Director for Energy and Environment Policy with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, work with Nick. I'm based in our Michigan office with responsibility for fuels policies, EV charging infrastructure, and battery critical minerals supply chain end-of-life policies. So going to give just kind of a high-level discussion on some of the charging infrastructure that we're pushing for in the EV battery end-of-life policies. I think Ben did a good job of the infrastructure, so I can probably go fairly quick through these with knowing that I'm standing between you all and lunch as well. So so I know Nick mentioned this, but it's such a good-looking family portrait, I had to put it in my slides as well. So these are the companies that we represent. As Nick said, the full value proposition of the automotive industry, from manufacturers to suppliers to automotive technology companies and startups in autonomous vehicles. So on infrastructure, again, Ben covered this, but just to kind of give an overview of the three types of chargers that are used today. Level 1, this is kind of your trickle charge. This will take many hours to plug in and get a full charge. Level 2, these are the typical home chargers, or if you're going to have a long dwell time, oftentimes you'll see these workplace chargers as well. And then level 3, this is your DC fast charge, and depending on the power level, ranging from 150 on the low side that we'd like to see to anywhere up to 350, which really gets you to that kind of parity of filling up your gasoline vehicle. If you're charging at 350 kilowatt hours, sure, the charge is costing more, but you're there 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. So again, depending on what your dwell time in those instances would depend on what level charger you'd be looking at. And kind of just to put some context around where Georgia is compared to the rest of the U.S. when we talk total ports available in Georgia and the U.S. And I think it was brought up in a previous presentation talking about Tesla chargers. So really on the upper right side of this is where we talk non-proprietary chargers. And those would be the ones that are not just manufacturer specific, that these could be, any vehicle could pull up to those chargers and use those. And I want to highlight kind of some of the gap that we've talked about here. Atlas Public Policy is a research firm based in DC, and they did an analysis of, just to say that the U.S. went 100% EV sales by 2035. Not saying that's happening or the policies are in place that would allow that, but if they did, we'd be looking at least $39 billion required for publicly available charging by 2030. So to meet that glide slope of 100% by 2035, we'd need $39 billion. We're talking about money in the infrastructure bill that was $7.5 billion. So still, publicly available charging, we have a significant gap to get there. And that analysis assumes that all of the DC fast chargers are 350 kilowatt. If we go to 150 kilowatt and do that same analysis, we're at 52 billion. So again, significant gap there. This doesn't all need to come from public. There's great opportunities for public and private partnerships here, but there's just still significant gaps. So when we're talking about the charging that's coming online, it's a great down payment, but we have a lot further to go. So this has been talked about several times as well, and I don't need to dwell on it, but really the $7.5 billion that are available in charging infrastructure is split into two pots of money. The $5 billion is the corridor funding for alternative fuel corridors. This is a grant program. I think Georgia is $135 million, if I'm not mistaken, spread over 5 years. Then the $2.5 billion, which we're still waiting for some more information coming from the feds on, is a competitive grant program. So this is not just looking at charging, but this would be hydrogen refueling, natural gas filling, liquid propane as well. So waiting for more details to come on that and how that's going to be implemented, but the $5 billion is what we've been talking about in terms of the NEVI funds. And just to show where Georgia is on the map, be happy to know we're top 10 here, above several of your neighbors, so congratulations on that. But I think I said Georgia's 135 million total spread out over 5 years. And again, this is going on the alternative fuel corridor, so this is highway charging, DC fast charging, not the level 2 that were the other topic. So, and some of the standards, I will not cover all of these, it's a bit of an eye chart, but that we've talked about and that was included in the NEVI, I use the acronym, but it's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, in terms of the Connector types, this I think addresses the question earlier on proprietary connectors. The requirement is that those are all SAE, so it's a standardized connector that is going to be funded through these. So we're not going to have just onesie twosies for manufacturers. Every charger will be the same. At least 4 ports per plug. There was discussion on uptime as well. We've pushed for that it needs to be required, and the NEVI funds require at least a 97% uptime. There's some question on how that gets calculated and how that gets reported, but at least we're having that uptime requirement as well. And then obviously signage is critical to make sure not just the drivers of today's EVs, but those that might be considering them, that they know where those chargers are located. So I won't touch on this. I think I covered all of this. Obviously, $7.5 billion is a great down payment, but it is a down payment. There needs to be more work that goes into this. Corridor charging is one piece of the puzzle, but it's not everything. We need to look at multi-unit family dwelling, level 2 chargers as well. And then I can go briefly, if it's okay, on some end-of-life policies for batteries. Obviously, this is getting a lot of attention. Supply chain is becoming, it seems like every day there's a new headline on battery supply chain or chip supply chain. So when we look at opportunities for a battery coming out of the vehicle, we kind of put them into 3 categories. There's reuse, which is when you're going to take that battery, refurbish if there's something wrong with a cell or a module, refurbish that, put it back in a vehicle, we're reusing that. Repurpose or non-vehicle secondary use is kind of that grid storage. So you could think about there's still capacity left in your battery at the end of vehicle life. So vehicle lasts about 12 years. There's probably still 50 to 70% battery life left at that point. So the battery isn't what's failing. The vehicle, for whatever reason, has. So there's opportunity there to take that battery and use that as a large distributed energy resource. So think of grid storage, using it for solar, et cetera. So there's opportunity there. And then obviously the most obvious one is recycling. And this is where we're looking, it's becoming more and more important to shore domestically our resources for these batteries, right? So today, or in the past, what's been happening is the battery comes out of the vehicle, it's shipped overseas where it's recycled, comes back through China once it's processed, back to the US. That doesn't make any sense at all. We need to be looking at ways that we can keep those materials in North America and building those vehicles along with the batteries that go into those vehicles here. Another bit of an eye chart, but this is something maybe to take back with you of kind of where we are near term, medium term, and long term looking at the supply chain for batteries. And really we're starting to see on the bottom here when we talk recycling, positive value recycling is already emerging. You know, we're seeing relationships and joint ventures between vehicle manufacturers and battery recyclers, things that we never saw before. And it's because of the importance of those materials to the manufacturers and keeping those domestically. So again, I won't go into all of this, but something for you all to take back of kind of where we see the near term, medium, and long term opportunities. And again, I verbally hit on this, but we need to find ways to ensure that we have a domestic circular economy for batteries, right? Again, we don't need to be sending these materials overseas to then have them back sold in the US. So there's a great opportunity for national energy security. We can create domestic jobs, lower the EV battery cost, and then enhance life cycle environmental footprint without having to ship batteries and battery materials. And I mentioned non-secondary use. Unfortunately, I didn't have a similar image for Kia, but this is just an example of what BMW is doing with some of their used batteries. So they're actually using it to store energy in one of their plants in Germany. And again, I think I've touched on all of these, but you know, when we talk battery policy, this is a very a nascent industry when we're looking at battery manufacturing, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities when we talk about secondary use, and we just need to be careful not to have policy that would be hindering to those types of innovation. And again, there's good opportunity here for jobs, energy security, and allowing us to control our own electrified future. So some resources with some links in here on battery policy, charging, and our quarterly report. And then my contact information is available as well if there's any follow-up questions following today. So,
got a question from Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that you talked about that I'd like a little more clarification on is similar to the first question I asked today. You mentioned 10 years out, a battery might still have capacitance storage, so 50% or whatever. Is that something that we're going to have to contend with? So my 2500 HD truck on the farm, it ain't quite got the for to get up and go it used to have 10 years ago. Is it is it part of the beast that as time goes on for these batteries, so it's not the engine that is, but it's the battery. So instead of 250 miles, perhaps I can get 125 out of it before, and then I'm less efficient perhaps in charging. One of the concerns that I have about the consumer is, I think, and I don't have a study that can prove this, I think the consumer thinks that I'm going to be able to drive for free. So I get this fancy EV car, and I'm charging at night, and I don't see the thing roll up like I do at this gas pump. And so I think there is a misnomer in the consumer world that there's a disconnect between, I got to go by, the Shell station once a week and fill up, versus I'm just doing this at night, and it's really not costing me anything. So part of the education is going to be, as these batteries get older, not only is it costing you something, it's going to cost you more. Because of the efficiency or the loss of efficient standards in the batteries that I have. No one thinks about, it's going to cost me another $250 a month on my home charger to run these things. So it's not, I don't get this for free. And I think there's a misnomer, there's a disconnect between, this is a cool little technology, there's no exhaust coming out, and I don't see it, whatever, but it's actually still going to cost you stuff.
Yes, sir. The lack of education or the need for education is deep, and that's absolutely one of it. I do want to just your comment about the efficiency. You're looking at it the right way. I will say that manufacturers, I believe all of them, if not almost all of them, have their warranties are tied to, I think it's 8 years, 100,000 miles, and they have a capacity degradation that you're allowed within that. So, for instance, 80%. So your battery still has to be within 80% at 8 years or 100,000 miles. So that's being discussed, and there's definitely a lot of work going into that.
80%. So do you get 80% like at 2 years and it stays the same, or is it? Can you look at a steady, slow decline in the battery efficiency? So the question is, do you drop off a cliff around that 8-year mark, or do you get it like 2 years out?
Yeah, there's a lot, and not to take a weak answer, but it is weak. There's a lot that goes into that, the battery chemistry, the driving situations, but typically you'll see a steady degradation, and then there is a knee curve, but typically that's out past the warranty period. But yeah, that's a good
like
question.
A cell phone battery, correct?
Yeah.
All
Yep.
right. Chairman.
Same technology.
Pridemore, and then Representative Thomas, and that's our last two questions. Thank you.
Hi, Dan. Just a quick question. On page 16 of your slide deck, you've got embedded links. Would you get those actual links to us? Do you mind?
Oh, absolutely. No, I'd be
Thank
happy to. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Representative.
Yeah, I just have one question. Well, one question about the lithium-ion battery recycling on 13. You referenced two different ways of doing that. One is pyro process recycling, and the other is hydro process recycling. Could you kind of delve into that just a little bit more?
Fire and water.
Yeah.
No, that really is what it is. Most of the processes now are going hydro processing, so you're using water to actually do the recycling operation. And while it does seem that that's water intensive, you're able to recoup most of that water that you're using in the process. Pyro is much more energy intense, and actually, in terms of emissions coming from those operations, is obviously greater than the hydro. But
would you say that's probably why they do a lot of that in China?
well, there's a lot actually coming domestic. There's a lot in Nevada. There's Quebec has quite a bit. There's a lot of different spokes that are coming up. But in terms of the pyro, yeah, there's not much pyro recycling being done domestically.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Just real quick,
Yes, sir,
Chairman,
go ahead.
just one. So you see other states have deposits on all sorts of things, glass bottles, et cetera. I mean, do you see deposits to encourage recycling, reuse of these things so they're not sitting in people's pasture?
Yeah, so I actually, we've had these discussions in many different forums, and we right now don't see the need for that. The materials inside those batteries are so valuable that the manufacturers and the battery suppliers want those materials back, so there's not going to be, they're going to be paying the user or the scrapyard, whatever it is, to get those materials back. So, and on top of that, you know, as Nick kind of mentioned, adding additional fees could potentially disincentivize adoption at time of use or registration. But
okay. Awesome. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. We appreciate it, your time. Our last presentation for today will be from Blake Snyder, EOS Links. And then we're finishing up for the day. Final comments. Lunch.
All right, we'll pull the presentation up here. Yes,
Good to
thank
have you here.
There we go. All right. Well, again, I'm Blake Snyder, CEO of EOS Links. I also have my colleague Jeff Hutchins, our president and CTO, with us today. We want to thank the committee for giving us the time to share our thoughts with you today and perspective. We are in the business of deploying smart technology-enabled electric vehicle chargers. So we're a little different than ChargePoint in terms of we do deploy charging stations and we own and operate them, but we are an integrator of those products. So we do not manufacture the chargers themselves, but we work with groups like ChargePoint and others as we deploy our units in various markets, including here in the state of Tennessee, or Georgia. That hurts, doesn't it?
Pretend you didn't hear that.
That's worse than the South Carolina boy.
You know, I did not drive my electric vehicle down here because I had a little concern over, you know, range anxiety. So I left it back up in the Nashville area. But no, I would, I think, be remiss, given the other presentations today, if we didn't include a slide talking about what's coming here. So, you know, we don't need to spend a whole lot of time other than to talk about the fact that, you know, EVs are here. They're here to stay. The investment being made by manufacturers and the mandates by states is we are going to see this expand rapidly. And so that creates a challenge for us from an infrastructure standpoint in terms of educating ourselves and all the parties involved quickly so that we can try to close the gap from that infrastructure standpoint, but also do so in a way that maintains flexibility because as Representative Powell has noted, you know, what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years is anybody's guess. And so while electric vehicles are coming and certainly will be a big part of it, part of our approach in terms of deployment and how we think about and speak with others about the industry and the business is how do we maintain that flexibility, but also the ability to educate and evaluate things quickly so that we can get that speed to market and provide what the consumers need in terms of having that reliable power and charging source. So I know it's also been talked quite a bit about investment. And is it out there for this industry? And I could say without a doubt there is. And the key that we need to focus on is how do we remove some of the existing barriers to allow the investment to come in more quickly and build up the industry faster. Thank you, sir. Just a little bit about who we are. We do love the state of Georgia, not Tennessee. It is the first state we deployed a charging station in over in Peachtree City. By the end of this year, we will have invested over $5 million in assets in this state, and that's equates to roughly 100 charging ports. And the scale from which we can increase from there is significant. We have access to over 2,000 potential locations with site partners that we have engaged in. So it is really a hockey stick opportunity for us to deploy within the state, and we look to do so as quickly as we can. And in addition to that, we have some key partners here in the state as well. So when we talk about $5 million invested, it's really closer to $25 million when we talk about our key partners that we are working with in terms of the manufacture and deployment of our units. We are elsewhere. Again, I'll skip over that second one listed there. Texas, Alabama, and then also out west and in the Northeast. So we've got a good spread of markets where we are actively deploying and looking to deploy, and that has given us the opportunity to engage with a number of folks like yourselves, as well as those at the local level, and also the utilities and other key partners in this overall process and industry. And so if we can summarize it as simply as possible in terms of the engagements that we've had, we can put people into two general buckets. One are the folks that say, we see the need for this, we want to help you deploy faster in our locations, so how can we remove obstacles to help you do so faster? The other bucket has been folks that are taking a slower approach in terms of, we're working on a plan, but it's going to take months, come back to us. And if we go back to the first slide, time is really of the essence here, and so we need to balance and find a way to develop the right plan, but develop it and implement at the same time. So with that, we have identified some of the key, in our view, policy issues where we think significant focus will help drive that efficiency and ultimately the most value for consumers. So when we think about that, we'll go to the next one if you can. If we think about the key constituents, three buckets. We've got consumers, we've got the business, and we've got the public sector. So the first two is, how do we ensure that consumers are able to charge where they need to, how they need to, and when they need to, in a safe and accessible manner, regardless of income class or housing status or accessibility needs. So taking into account not just where to put the station itself, but how to do so in a way that's going to be a safe and accessible and convenient way for the consumers to charge their vehicles. And in the middle here, talking about the business side, and we heard a little bit about permitting issues and otherwise earlier this morning, but standardizing the regulatory framework. It is a bit of a mishmash of, from no specific policy on EVs to very restrictive policy on deployment opportunities, but there needs to be a recognition that to drive the most value for consumers, as well as to make sure that this industry and the players in it are commercially viable and can drive enough revenue, continue to build the technology to drive more value to consumers, is something that needs to be taken into account. And
just real quick, so you're seeing differences in that regulation from city to
city
throughout the region you're working in? You see it in Georgia also?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. So, and in some cases, it's what bucket does this go in? Is it a standard building permit? Is it just an electrical permit? Is it an accessory structure? It's a bit all over the map. So providing some guidance in a general fashion, and I know the California legislation was referenced previously, is a good model to help give that general framework for folks to drive more consistency and allow for more efficient deployment. Because as we have seen, it can drive and delay things for months in terms of the administrative process if it's not in a good spot. So the bottom two really focused around the public side of things. We spend a lot of time on gas tax revenues, so I won't go. Yes, so without spending too much time on there, but again, we need replacement revenue. The solution needs to be connected, interconnected, and data rich, as mentioned. So we talked a little bit about how do you do that, and I'll let Jeff speak a little bit to the technology here when we get into it in a couple of minutes, if you want. So you want to go there right now? Yeah. All right. Go for it.
Sorry, guys. Just to touch on a couple of things. And when you asked about the experience in Georgia, and it's been about 2 years since we started our research and development and actually started deploying. But we've done like 10 locations in the last 2 months. So there has been a dramatic improvement in terms of speed. Part of that has been sort of some of the local municipalities coming along in regulation, and part of that has just been we're gravitating toward the places where it is easier to install. So it's a greenfield opportunity for us. There's a lot of places to go. We've signed, as he said, contracts with retail associations and groups that are giving us thousands of opportunities. So I think the new effort for us is being more planful more integrated with what the state's trying to accomplish and the overall mobilization plan. So, yeah, standardizing it, would be helpful, and I'll get into a little bit. I think there's been a lot of questions today that, and I hate to be the guy that says technology can solve. It can't solve, but it can certainly help with. We spoke about energy, and I'll show you a little bit on the product. This is normally a sales slide, but for today's purpose, when we built our first flagship unit, the intention was to build something that was market ready and usable, but would also gather a lot of intelligence and data in the development of future products. So, we understand thoroughly the need for generating power. Our investment groups are generally, solar, green energy, type of investment groups. So, we built it with solar on the top. We've been expanding that solar lately, and it was really about understanding how much power could be generated, the use pattern, right, of how people are driving and charging. Behind that unit, we put on our own meters, we put on our own sub panels, and we have a battery storage solution back there as well, because for one, we wanted to see how intelligent we could get around power management, but we also believe that when there's trouble in the world, weather, emergencies, the lines are at the grocery store and the gas station, right? So if we are tied to the grid, but if you're 100% dependent on it, and we don't start putting things like storage and resiliency into it, what happens when the lights do go out, right? These charging stations need to have those considerations, and so this was designed really looking at ATM cards and how bank cards and how the internet and how some of these other infrastructural changes have come along, and try to learn from those. Putting out a charging network, and no offense to the charging companies who are making it, eventually they're a somewhat commodity product. There'll be people who make things better, but the overall solution, how it's delivered and how the consumer interacts with it, is what's going to bring real adoption to it. And so, as you can see, we do have a couple other components. That screen that you see is really an edge data center. There's connectivity in there, there's networking in there. We use the screen for secondary revenue, but we also use it for EV awareness and education. What you see below that is a security component. We're working with certain cities to integrate with their real time.
That means you're out of time.
Here we go. Okay. That's all right. I'll speak loudly if I have to. But the reality is that there are going to be crimes. There are going to be things that happen. People plugging at charging stations need to feel safe, which means understanding the amenities in the local areas like everyone spoke about, but it also means creating some additional layers to that. And so, and again, we could in other times speak in great detail about it, but the product has to be an experience, not just an EV charger. And I don't mean that in terms of a fun experience. I mean a positive experience, a safe experience, and an educated experience. And so that's what we built in our first one. We have obviously been, as we're learning, we're making smaller, more compact units, more modular units. There was a lot of conversation today around fleet, and I think that word is thrown around a little bit when, there's heavy fleet, there's light fleet. There's people who own 100 vehicles and they're just privately labeling, rideshare, right? Fleet can mean a lot of things. It can be the delivery fleet at a retail group. And so, as you start to develop these products, we have built a solution in between our end user software and the charger that allows us to do a lot of things, from load balancing the energy, limiting the energy. We've worked with very specific utilities, who I will not mention even though my brain wanted to throw it out there, to build residential programs. So that charger, that software, can create incentives. So you can encourage people to charge off-peak, right? You can give them financial incentives to do that. You can build in loyalty points to do that. So there's a lot of ways to regulate it. There's also a lot of ways to positively incentivize those right behaviors. And so that's everything from partner programs, whether cities or states want to build green transportation, creating something where you have that flexibility is, I think, what's going to help us drive from this initial adoption to something that looks a little more mature like today's other infrastructure solutions. Gotcha. Yeah, so you can pop up the mobile app. The mobile application looks like everybody else's, in the front end, and what it should be is simple. But I will say that there's an experience and an understanding of, and I'll use Blake because he's sitting here. When Blake's at home, he's charging. When he goes to work, He may have a different plan. His company may subsidize that. When he parks at a hotel, charging experiences, and it's important that the technology do that. And so when we start looking at regulation, and I love, the federal money's coming and all that, but we didn't build our business with the intention of that. What we built it with was the intention of it funding itself, right, and being flexible enough to create opportunities to fund the drivers and the operation of it. So I think, I don't want to belabor too many things through lunch, but so I try to fit a lot in there pretty quick. I'll leave it to questions so we're efficient.
Thank you. Questions? Chairman Robertson.
Chairman mentioned something about permitting earlier, and you've listed the states that you're involved in: Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, working toward North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida, whatever working toward means. Arizona, New Jersey at first stages, new regions. Out of all of those states, where do you find the least cumbersome and the most cumbersome permitting process to get in and establish your infrastructure?
So is it fair to answer half of that? Because I would say the least cumbersome right now in our research appears to be Arizona, in our experience. Right
You say
now,
Arizona?
Yeah. Now, we have not gone to California just due to saturation and some of the other things that, just for our own purposes. I'm not going to call anybody the most cumbersome. I don't think anybody intends to be cumbersome. I think it's just a lack of.
Well, it's not an intent; it's bureaucracy. Usually, what it is, and I think the only way we solve the problem is to look at the obstacles. And so, I mean, I'm not trying to paint any other state bad, and if it's Georgia, then obviously we have some work to do. But in all honesty, we know that Arizona's doing it apparently more toward the right than the wrong. So what state has the policies that we should avoid?
I mean, it's not really a statewide problem. I mean, to be fair, it's a city by city. And I can tell you, in Georgia, we've had some really great experiences, and we've had some tough experiences.
So to that, city by city, do you think that the solution to that is a uniform policy coming out of Atlanta? Excuse me, not the city of Atlanta. I don't want anybody to confuse us with the city of Atlanta. But to come out of the General Assembly that sets standards across the state as into the permitting and operation of these kinds of
we
charging
do.
stations?
We drafted some legislation that we've given to certain states as well. As much as a commercial entity doesn't want to say we like regulation in this scenario, policy and suggestions around that and drive around that would be helpful. It's not even to your point, it's not even it's the bureaucracy, but there are folks who want to help at the municipal level who just aren't empowered and able to do that. And I can tell you almost every call that we have with a municipality ends with can you show me somebody else's policy that has done this right, because nobody wants to step in it in the wrong direction.
So is the problem then that there is no policy?
That is the issue.
Okay, so
Yes.
so individuals in leadership positions are afraid to make leadership decisions because it's the initial
correct
implementation of something new, and they just haven't thought about it yet.
100% it.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Chairwoman Pridemore.
On page 7 of your presentation titled ESG Focused Proprietary Design, you mention weapon detection under a security component. Would you get into that? What type of weapon detection is it performing?
We can. So that camera has an advanced artificial intelligence system behind it, with the intention it does not. We don't have it do any of the anonymous lookup or things like that. But what it allows us to do is create certain things. So I'll give you an example on dwell time. Right. So there's a media value to that, but if you come up to your car and you want to get in, right, there's a certain amount of time that's practical to that, right? If you dwell there for 30 minutes standing outside of your car, that may be something that the property owner might want to be aware of, right? If you pull up and park your car to charge and you leave to go eat or shop, right? And then not you shows up and there's a physical person hanging around your vehicle for a period of time, that may indicate the opportunity for a crime. And so the weapon detection was a layer over top of that, so that the camera has a database of objects that it can recognize. And so the intention is to start, and it's never going to be right on day one, but it's to start to create a solution that has some proactive measures around crime prevention, right?
So it would detect a weapon on you if you were using this charger?
If it was drawn.
And you've put, the user of the charging system has used your application to be able to buy time, or KW, or however you're going to do it, to be able to charge the vehicle. So there's PPI in that, correct?
So they don't-
Personal identifiable information, correct?
So they don't have to use the application, right? They can pull up and scan and use the anonymous website and pay as they go, just like anybody else who runs the network. If you choose to download the application, you would create a profile, and then the person identifiable information in terms of your profile we would have, your payment information is passed through to a third-party provider that is a certified provider.
But the person using the charger, there's personal identifiable information that's been passed through the charging system, as well as this weapon detection, correct?
It would
Can
be
you
in
map the
your-
weapon detection to the person?
No, ma'am, it would be information you would fill out in a profile. It's not passed through the charger, and it would be a choice to do that.
Who would choose, the owner of the charger?
The
or
owner of the car,
individual?
the driver, would
And
decide
would
to do that or not to
be
do
able
that.
to make that decision at the point in time that you decide to use this charger, or is it set up in your preferences on your app?
You don't have to download the app or use any of that to use the charger. That's a choice. And if you want to do that for the additional functionality, that's up to you. But it's not mapping the information from the camera, whatever it pulls, which is anonymous, is just data. It's not associated with the car, the person, or any of that. It is simply in that moment as an independent transaction.
What about the thermal tracking data, like you have COVID in parentheses here?
It can do that. But
Thermal tracking data.
but again,
Is
it's
that
not-
attached to a person? Is there PPI there?
There is not. No
But it
intention
does
to.
do the tracking at the point in time by which the charger's being used.
It is simply something that can make a decision to alert someone. It does not store that information or any of the person associated with it.
Does the system keep a 30-day, 90-day, 365-day log of the number of times weapons are detected?
No,
or
ma'am.
people
It-
exceed a thermal tracking amount?
Again, it is a point-in-time moment. If it happens, it sends an alert, and that's its only interaction. Anything that we would retain beyond that would give us responsibility, and we're not the security company. We simply create a
Who can
functionality.
sign up to receive the alerts?
It depends on the situation. The intention is to work with law enforcement to do that, but until that happens, it's not even going to be, right now, all it is doing is demographic analysis. We only turn on the security components if that's desired on a private location. So if this were a charger in a stadium, that stadium owner may have the right and does have the right to implement security solutions. So we would work with them to do that. We would not do that in a public forum. It's a fine line. You have to be very careful what you do and don't do.
If you put some of those in North Georgia, in my district, in Rick Jasper's district, it's going to notify the police often. We keep our guns near and dear to our waist. Isn't that right, Chairman Robertson? Go ahead.
I grew up a farmer, so do I.
And
But we
listen-
don't. But again,
Be
we
ready.
don't.
Here comes our top cop at you. So
Go for it.
I want to say I absolutely appreciate the security that you've built into your software. The weapon detection device currently used, what it sounds like, is what's used in banks and other places when certain silent systems are engaged. It identifies what weapons. It's tied in to the local law enforcement agency, so they have some idea, because nobody's going to pick up the phone, dial 911, and scream gun into it for fear of getting shot. But this technology does not paint an individual. In other words, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm standing there dressed as I am right now, and let's say I happen to be carrying a weapon, it does not paint me to identify that there's a bulge or something like that, correct?
Correct.
But
Correct.
If the individual is there, say somebody at 2 a.m. that stops and somebody approaches them, draws a weapon, the software has the technology to identify that weapon if that weapon is in the system, and if the leasee of the charging station has a relationship where they want to tie into public safety or wherever.
Correct.
There could be a notification, there's an exposed firearm, handgun, rifle, whatever, at that location. Is that?
That is absolutely correct.
That's
Yes.
correct? Okay, thank you. And this information is passed on to that agency. There's no retention,
There's no,
Correct.
you don't get the serial number off the weapon, you don't identify that person as a legal or illegal owner of a firearm,
Correct.
correct?
The rules on this are very, very specific.
Thank you,
So,
appreciate that.
All right. I think that's all of our time for today, but thank you so much, both of you, for being here. We appreciate it. All right, that concludes our presentations for today. We will have a couple of comments before we adjourn. I will yield to Chairman Jaspers, and then I'll make a few comments before we get out of here.
Yeah, we just really appreciate the interest in this, but I just got a question as you sit out in the audience. Many of y'all represent lots of different entities and organizations, and Senator Gooch and I talk just about every day about this, and we have our own ideas, but you go, well, like yesterday, Senator, we said, have you heard from anybody? No. Those y'all are out there with interest about this need to be talking, and not amongst yourselves so much, but to us. Because we are going to make some policy, we're going to make some decisions, and we're going to move on at some point. We don't, we'd like to hear it up front, not on the tail end when we come up with some idea and then you stomp your feet and get mad. And so please be upfront with us, telling what you're thinking, or what you don't like, what you do like. I think it would help all of us committee members significantly by your engagement with us. But you'll find that Senator Gooch and I talk a lot about it, especially with Abby and others, and to figure out what's best for Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. We have a small group of members and a couple of others that are going to be taking a tour of the plant. So we're going to stay behind. We're not providing lunch to the people in the room, but I believe, Chairman Robertson, are you providing lunch for your guest here today somewhere downtown LaGrange? Or?
Yes, I'm providing lunch for one individual who's in the room today,
Oh.
other than myself.
Oh, okay.
I think I saw her come in a while ago, and Chairman Powell.
But you are encouraging people to stay in the district, have lunch, spend the day in the
I'm encouraging
region?
people to please visit LaGrange, have lunch here. There's a lot of great places, and anybody driving an EV, there are multiple charging stations in LaGrange for you to charge at, or ride along the Ray and look at that beautiful piece of technology that exists here in District 29.
Thank you for
Thank
hosting
you.
us here today. We
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Committee members, stick around. We're going to have a box lunch. We're going to eat fast, and then we're going next door. Last comment. Our next meeting will be at Fort Valley at Bluebird Bus. We'd love to have you all there. It's going to be, I think it's Tuesday, October 25th. So it's just a couple weeks away. So we're approaching the end of this work, and we need to get all the feedback and input we can from you. Thank you all.